kiss my lips, it tasted like home. Flashes of crosswords and chamomile, the years pass like a Ferris wheel. Tiny fractures in the form, the days we live so much more. Got a little place near the beach, we watch the sailboats out at sea. And we ride along the Palisades, love is just a summer day. If you hold too tight, it starts to fade. Let it go, then it floats away. In time, will you remember me? For a second, we had everything. Half awake summer, searching by to summer, aimless and upward.
Ravioli gives me the subscription only.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome in. Hey, howdy. Happy Wednesday. How are you all doing? Thank you for the pronoun check. I use he, him. Thank you for sharing yours in chat.
Ravioli, ravioli, give me the subscription only.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Leaky, thank you for the gifted sub to Trey. Leaky, thank you so much. Trey, welcome back in. Good to have you. Leaky, thank you. Thank you for the love. Hi, Talia. Thank you for the kind words. Last test for the semester. Let's go, Kiara. You got this. Man, semesters are rounding up. I love to hear it. So many people are going to be so happy.
Ravioli, ravioli, give me the subscription only.
Wait a second. Mercurial Mark. Mercurial Mark, thank you for paying for the gift sub. It looks like you got one from the Cozy Brogy. Mercurial Mark, I appreciate it. Thank you for the love. Kriska Bloom. Ooh, they're here often. Kriska, if you are out there, enjoy your emotes. What's up? Oh, God. Hey, howdy, boyfriend Olio. Good to see you. Moriarty. Happy Wednesday. Mercurial Mark, thank you again. Saf, good to see you. Before stream started, Addison, thank you for the 7 months. Thank you so much. My day was not too bad. I did take a nap, and I lost track a little bit of time there. I just slept and slept. So pushed us a little late. But we have an amazing streaming order. And a workday wasn't too bad, you know? It was alright. Just another workday. How are all your days? How were they indeed? Camille, I'm doing pretty well. How are you? A lot of good stuff in order today. A little late. A little. You slept 13 hours today. Holy crap. That's good. It feels like it should be later.
Ravioli, give me the subscription only.
Get into it, yeah.
Man, he delivers it with no gravitas. Get into it. Yeah. Yeah. It's not me. Thank you for the 9 months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Enjoy your white sauce. Enjoy your new badge. Thank you for the support. If you weren't starting late, are we even watching Logan's stream? Someday, I'm going to be on time all the time.
Ravioli, give me the subscription only.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
9
whoa.
months.
Hold, everyone. Addison, I hope you feel better. NY Punk, good to see you. Kay Friedrichsen, thank you for the 9 months, Kay Friedrichsen. Enjoy your new badge. What happened 9 months ago? Thank you for the love. Enjoy your new badge and emotes. Anxious Elliot, welcome in. Hey, howdy, welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream?
Ravioli, give me the
Thank you for the raid.
subscription only.
So glad we get to be unlucky for a whole month. Happy to have actually been here a whole year. Happy 5 months to our wonderful Cornholio.
Oh, Cornholio. I would never forget about Cornholio. Wow, they grow so fast. They do indeed. Nicolio, thank you for being here for 13 months. Thank you for the 13 months. And a tier 2. Nicolio, you are great. I know you've been a busy bee, but we love you here so much. Nicolio, thank you for the support. Elliot, you sweetheart, thank you for sharing your amazing community. Welcome into anyone who came along with the raid. We are just getting started today, so it can be a little chaotic. But Elliot, thank you for trusting your friends here. Thank you for the raid. MV, good to see you. Faye, welcome in. Hello. Mito. Oh my god, so many people. 13 months is one full year, actually. True. Maybe Baker's dozen in number. But legitimately, it is a full year. Barda, I will get to that. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Elliot, thank you so much. Can we get another shout out for Anxious Elliot? You didn't say how the stream was, but with you, I'm sure it went amazing. I hope you had an amazing time. I hope, let's see. Ooh, Dark Souls Remastered.
Ravioli, give me the subscription only.
Elliot, thank you so much. Everyone, make sure to follow Anxious Elliot. Support a friend. Support an artist.
Give me the subscription only.
A fellow streamer. Elliot, thank you so much. You do whatever you have to do after a long stream.
Ravioli, give me the subscription only.
Trey, they really are generous. I totally agree. If I missed any of your messages, I'm so sorry. Nicolio, thank you for the lurk. Who is this? Marco. Sassy Gamer Friend, thank you for the gifted sub to MV. I love MV, and I'm glad you do too. Oh my god, you're so sweet. Wait, no, Cozy's was to MV. Oh my god, Cozy Brogy, thank you for the gifted sub. And then Sassy Gamer Friend, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you both so much. They flip-flop there. Loki, good to see you today. Moot, welcome in. Moot, did you get your drop yet today? All right. Much to discuss today. No, it did a little flip-flop, I swear. Brit, Sassy Gamer Friend, thank you both so much. Thank you for the hype train. Out of nowhere. Hello. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the raid again, Elliot. So much love to you. Are you kidding me? Make sure to follow Anxious Elliot. Indeed, it just came out today, I think, Mito. Emma, welcome in. Emma, how are you doing? Are you kidding me? Emma, good to see you. Angela, thank you for the 5 bits. And Lisa, thank you for the 5 bits. Lisa, hey, howdy, how are you doing?
Ravioli, give me the subscription only.
Emma Christine with the gifted sub. Damn. People are so sweet. I did not get my drop. I couldn't be somewhere for 4 hours. Maybe next time. Emma, thank you so much. Emma, you are a delight and a treat, and we're so lucky to have you. Thank you. So good to see you. Unusually tired. Thank you for the hello. All right, all right, all right. We have some stuff to get to. Some announcements. I want to talk about the day we have as well. We have some fun games in order. Feeling tired and I've got some work to do. Talia. Love you much, Talia. You do whatever you got to do. I believe. I know, but it's pretty cool.
Ravioli, give me the subscription only.
Boyfriend Olio, you sweetheart. It's good to see you here again. I've missed you.
Ravioli, give me the subscription only.
Boyfriend Olio. Thank you so much. It went to Amp. I love that. What's the safe word? Amp is amazing. That is besides the point. Boyfriend Olio, thank you for choosing to support the stream. Sharing a bit of love today. And Murph the Smurf with one as well to Chicken Beer. Murph, thank you. Appreciate it, Murph. And Fod continuing their gift sub. Damn. Lord Heisenberg Lover, welcome in. Good to see you again. Saf, a big hug to you. Camille, thank you for the lurk. Whew. All right. Fod, thank you. Thank you for being here. Leah, good day. Good to see you. Let's see. What's on our agenda today? I hope they're still here.
Ravioli, give me the subscription only.
Hey, Hamilton, thank you for the primer. Thank you for the 3 months. Hope you like pesto. Okay, Hamilton, thank you so much. Ranger, good to see you. Magic, I hope you're having a good day. All right. Today, it is Holiday Spices news that we celebrate. They were hired for a TA position, aka Ash, you may be familiar with. We celebrate Holiday Spice. He's doing so well. There you are here. Yes. Ash is amazing. We celebrate. Ash got a TA position. We've been a little bit along the journey, celebrating one of our friends, and got the job. I love that. Holiday Spice, very proud of you. Congratulations. Okay, Hamilton, thank you again. So much love today. Y'all coming out of nowhere.
Hello, motherfucker.
I appreciate it. Hey, Joshy. It is also what lucky students. So true. Great perspective. Lucky students out there. I don't know if they are here at the moment, but it is, yes, Shania's birthday. Shania, if you're out there, happy birthday. I hope you are having a lovely day. You deserve it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Shania. Happy birthday. Even if they're not here, we celebrate. Happy birthday, Raven. I can't swim. MV. Love you much. MV, we'll see you soon. Good night and adios. All right. That's all I had for announcements today. If any of you had accomplishment successes, good vibes, I'd love to hear them. But today we have a bit of a special stream in order. I've
Surprise! Happy birthday, Squidward!
I thought my birthday. I haven't heard that one in a while. It is not my birthday because it is Shania's. Nicolio, thank you for the 275 as you depart for your lurk.
Ravioli, give me the subscription only.
Chicky, thank you for the reminder. We are hosting
Hello, motherfucker.
a movie in the Discord today. If you would like to see the new Uncharted movie, I don't even know if it's out yet.
Are you kidding me?
If you would like to see the new Uncharted movie, you can check it out in the Discord after stream hosted by the one and only Shicky Blonsky. It's going to be amazing. It has Tom Holland in it. It has that one guy that was just part of the Funky Bunch. Or he was alongside the Funky Bunch. He also was on a plane on 9/11. It was really weird. Mark Wahlberg, thank you. Addison, thank you for the gifted sub to Joe Cherries. Joe is so sweet. Joe, welcome back in. Addison, thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. Sal, thank you. Gay Guitarist, thank you for the bits. Yeah, never question how Shiki gets movies. So true. But no, Uncharted in the Discord after stream. Bit is starting a 4-day weekend. We stan, we support. Bit's gonna be in such a good mood. I actually have some facial hair. Ooh. There you go, Trey. Congratulations. Kiara, I'm so sorry. I hope you feel better. I saw Uncharted in an empty theater. They must have smelled you and took off. Britt, oh my god. You just can't catch a break. Anyways, any other news? Did you hear about David King being gay? I love that so much. I was surprised David King, but whoever they feel like has a good story, has a valuable story. And good that they're outward saying it now. We just had to imagine it was Jonah before. If you can guess why I'm taking off work on the first try, I will give you 1,000 bits. Is there a new Ice Road Trucker game coming out? Right, Leaky? David? But I mean, David's a bit of a cutie. For the gays. Oh, today has been one of the best days of healing so far. And even though it was a rough emotional afternoon, I'm getting a lot better. And walking. Britt, congratulations. Britt, that's amazing. What a tumultuous day. A big hug to you. It's only up from here. Uh-oh. Everyone, you know what? We're going to celebrate tomorrow. But also, tomorrow is Encrypted Bit's birthday. Oh my god. I'm so embarrassed that I don't know. Tomorrow's Bit's birthday. Happy early birthday. Happy early birthday. So much good news today. And speaking of good news, welcome in Raiders from Nanite. It was worth a shot. You really gave me a chance there, and I went with the Ice Road Truckers. Oops. Nanite, how's your stream?
Boy, I love you.
Nah.
For the guys. They're just 12 pride himbo pride.
Nanite Technology, how was your stream? Let me know. Welcome in Raiders. Super Sal, for the gays indeed. Thank you for the 270. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Always. Emotions ran high? What happened? Was it because of the tabletop RPG? Was it a D&D day? What'd you get up to? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Welcome in. In the best way. Interesting. Your birthday is August 3rd. All I know at this point is that Neville's is October 12th. The Fifth Horseman had our 9th episode. Nanite, that's amazing. Everyone, if you have interest in tabletop RPGs supporting one of our own, please do check out Nanite. If you wouldn't mind dropping another shout out for Nanite Technology. Bobby Bobbers, good to see you. Thank you for the raid, Nanite. Hope you had a great stream. Make sure you take care of yourself. Anyone else after a long stream? That was instilled in me, Bit. Moot, I had to try. I know. All right. We got through even more announcements. Open the viewer list and tell us when our birthdays are. Okay, I'll only comment if I've seen you in chat, but it has to be random. There's too many. Let's see. Country boy, I love you. Nah.
Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Hype Himbo Hypers.
Bumbly Gamer, I'm excited for this. I hope other people are too, because it's such an amazing game. But I will walk through that because I don't know if people understand. Bumbly Gamer, thank you for the 200.
Oh no, I can't read. I can't read.
It was a good guess, dudes.
Thank you, Bit. Thank you. I wish it were true, but it's tomorrow, April 28th. I remember. Let's see. Nicolio's birthday is September 23rd. Kay Hamilton's birthday is October 22nd. King Queer's birthday is March 3rd. There we go. So true, King. Zan, proud of you. Take a nap if you can. Oh, Shammer, I got yours locked up in here. It's a steel trap. All right. Can we talk about what we're doing today? Try and guess mine, just for shits and giggles. December 16th. Hi, King Queer. Let's see. Today. I knew we celebrated it.
Never recover from this. My heart.
So much birthday talk, it can only mean one thing. It's Logan's birthday. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Logan, happy birth to you.
No. In fact, oh no, I can't replay it. Declevity, thank you for the 100. It is not my birthday. It is not my birthday. Thank you for the bits. Good to see you. Let's see. Okay. Finally, I talk about what we're doing today. Why not? Carly, very proud of you. Caitlin sneaking in here. It's not my birthday. Good to see you. It's not my birthday. 50% hoping your guess for mine was a joke. Yep, it's definitely a joke. Today, the games we have in store are the Stanley Parable Deluxe Edition. Not necessarily like a super scary vibe, but we've really enjoyed the Stanley Parable. I think we replayed it immediately on stream. But they just today put out a deluxe edition that redoes so much of it. I think it updated the graphics. There's a bunch of new endings. There's so much to explore. So I'm very excited for that. We can all see what they did to it. Untamed, good to see you. Yeah, deluxe parables are the best parables. Okay, Guitar, stay safe. Chimera, good to see you. Chimera, welcome in. Oof. Ronan, good night. We'll miss you today. Ronan, good night. Sleep well. Best of luck on your test in the morning. It is actually Shania's birthday, in case anyone missed it. So we're doing the Stanley Parable Deluxe Edition. We are doing Janitor Bleeds. Janitor Bleeds is a bit of an underground horror game. I watched a streamer play it. Maybe not that underground, but it looked so good. So good. So we'll play Janitor Bleeds. And then if we have time, we will play Emily Wants to Play, which is a bit of a classic, but I never played it myself. It will be my first time. So a lot of good games in order. David is gay. We did talk about it, but we celebrate, we stand. Wait, Bumbling Gamer actually is a bit spooky? I think she'll leave disappointed. Trapper just gives gay energy. It feels like he just legit came out. That's cute. I love that. All right. So that is what's in order today. I hope you're down for it. A lot of good games. I was very excited to like put together this list. True Dull Star. Okay. We hit a lot of the extra notes. Just a quick reminder, movie in the Discord after stream if you care to. Uncharted, hosted by Shiki. I'm going to try to be there as well. It really is a good lineup. It is. And then we had a couple celebrations. So let's get into it, eh? Okay. I need to find it. I have this, like, kink in my neck. I can't turn it all the way. Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. According to Heartstopper, everyone is not straight. I stand by that. I've been trying to tell people that for a long time, but nobody believes me. No chess pocket today. Ark, I'm sorry to leave you disappointed. That's part of why I went and took a nap. I thought maybe it would help. Oh, I still want to see Heartstopper so bad. We'll do subtitles. I have. I think I do, Zan. Locked away somewhere. Please adjust the slider until the computer is barely visible. I know, I'm so excited. I have to put in the current time? You're going to make me go all the way around? Okay. I'd love a pickle. I love pickles so much. Accessibility settings can be accessed from the main menu. Is it JTAG? Oh my god. My mouse moves in the screen on the game. I feel like I'm in an office right now. So true, whatever, sure. How dare I? I think I'll have to like fit it in when I have time, which will be like a strange hour. Shimmer. Deluxe. No, not just deluxe. Ultra deluxe. The smaller screen too. I know the screens are endless. Okay. We begin. Ultra. We can never forget Ultra. The end is never. The end is never. The end is loading.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number
Poor you,
427.
sweetheart.
Employee number 427's job was simple.
That's me?
He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in.
It could be my day
They
job.
had been made exactly for this job. And
It looks so much better.
was happy.
Tori, how are you doing today? Welcome
And then
in.
one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions.
It looks such higher
call a
quality.
meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Sorry, it's a little quiet. Tori, welcome in. Good to see you. Hope you had a good day. It should be good. Patroclus, good to see you as well. Allie, welcome, welcome. Schrodinger's good to see you. Did you hear everyone that went to both PAX and Coachella got COVID? Oof. It looks so much better, adequate. So, someone asked if this is a horror game,
All of
and
his co-workers were gone.
but
What
I
could
would
it
say
mean?
no.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Lux is still going? Really? Looks good.
No matter how hard Stanley
It's
looked,
just a pencil
he couldn't
sharpener?
find a trace of his co-workers.
I hate Mondays. So true. Patroclus, how are you doing? Grubnut, good to see you. Reminds me of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I could see the same, like, sort of narration idea. What is that? It's just a little spooky. Everyone hates Mondays? Oh, Zan, just stay inside.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Interesting. It does feel very liminal. It does. I think unsettling. He said left, so we're going right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I wonder if they updated the narrator. It sounds really good.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply
it?
stood here, drinking it all in.
Is it beautifully constructed? Lindsay, that's amazing.
But
I
eager
miss
to get
Timothy.
back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Shimmer, that's big brain. Do we take the one that he says? That seems boring. The back rooms? I hope so. They came out with an ultra deluxe version today. Ultra deluxe. They changed the game.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
So true. What is it? Ultra deluxe, 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 deluxe. New game. Do not lie. If you are lying right now, stop. Soba, I know. We're our own narrator. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it is in motion. Will cause death. Penalty for misuse of cargo lift 1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift 5,000. I don't have enough money for chicken nuggets. Jump. Tash. Tash, good to see you.
Look,
I wanna
Stanley,
do it.
I think perhaps we've
I wanna do
gotten
it.
off on the
Whee!
wrong foot here. But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death.
I love that.
Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I like doubled up on the echo shammer.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Yes.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I did play the original, but if you didn't hear, this is the Ultra Deluxe. So apparently
Stanley came
they
to a
like
set of
changed
2
stuff.
open doors. This was not the correct
They
way to the
updated
meeting
it. They
room,
added
and
a bunch of
Stanley
new
knew
stuff
it
to the
perfectly
game.
Well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow. Yes, this room. What? But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I don't think so. I mean, everything looks so much better.
Stanley was so bad at following directions.
And I think they may have
incredible he
updated
wasn't
the
5
narrator.
years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact
Wait.
is that the story
Are you
has
taking me
been
there?
about
I wanna go
nothing but
there.
you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others?
Danger
Are you
everywhere.
that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this,
This
but I
narrator's
really
so good.
do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. Now listen carefully, this is important.
True, Mito.
Stanley walked through the red door.
I think he breaks the fourth wall all the time.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Not today. I'm doing
I
well.
still
How
don't
are
think
you?
We're communicating properly.
Let me in.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Okay. That's so satisfying.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me
It's so
stop
funny.
you.
Oh no.
You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms,
We are
exposed
wed.
developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire
Oh,
story I'd written out
128.128.
specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees?
I love this.
Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
That would be hilarious if they did fish sticks. I don't think they did. King Queer, I hope you feel better soon. That's rough. Do we go in here? I feel like we do. Ceiling light. Abs. Oh, I'm so glad you're here. This game is incredible.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would
I
you say
think-
that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Was this in the original? I can't remember. I feel like there was this weird route back in the original. Please rate your experience. Feedback area 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it was. Hi, Armors.
Oh, of
Armor's a
course.
cutie.
3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion, you know?
Damn.
Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful.
Oh my God.
Here, based on the
Becky?
data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
Ah. Leaderboard? Leaderboard. This is new. What the hell? I know, Shaman.
Ravioli,
You're so
ravioli,
right.
give me the subscription only.
Ooh. Deneen. Hi, Deneen. Good to see you today. Britt, thank you for gifting a sub to your mom. Britt, thank you so much. Joshy, thank you. Shaman, welcome in. Is this new? This is you? You were objectively ranked 9,328 out of 9,328? That is embarrassing. Wait, the timer's still going on. Deneen, so good to see you. I hope you're having a good Wednesday. Welcome in. It's not new?
Ravioli, ravioli, give
Now,
me the
would you say that
subscription
competitive
only.
leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors?
Brit.
Again, honest answers, please.
Did you gift one to the wrong person?
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you?
Sure.
Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Oh,
In this game, the baby
I remember
crawls
this.
left towards danger. You click the button to move
Gosh,
him
thank
back
you.
to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice.
I think so
But
too.
of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter,
baby.
I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done.
Oh my
It's
god.
over. Thank you for
We've
playing.
upset him.
Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see.
Oh no.
What do we have here?
Hi, Stephanie. Stephanie, don't go.
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Jim Leaner. That's too funny. Britt, thank you for the 2 gifted subs. Danina, hope you're having a lovely day. No way.
Fascinating.
No
What do
way
you
they
think this game
didn't.
is about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me.
I love
that you
this
are meant
game.
to play as a creepy man spying
Firewatch.
on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted.
That's so
erotic
cool of them.
purpose.
Also, Foxtrot. Hey, howdy.
Yes,
I hope you're
that
having a
must
good
be
day.
it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
I feel like it used to be Minecraft. Tali, you're totally right. I was just about to say that. This is new. I don't even know if Firewatch was out when this originally came. When will you cook again? Deneen, we'll make sure we do it soon. It'll be on a weekend. Maybe in a week and a half. We could do a cooking stream.
Oh, no.
I'll need your help.
No, it can't be.
I think this coming weekend we're doing an indoor camping stream. Maybe they do have different options now, but this didn't even
It is.
exist.
It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off.
What is this game?
Thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the
This
woods
is
now,
so
Stanley.
cool.
Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls.
Possum, I know how to camp because I am camp.
I think this will be just the thing. Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind.
Oh my
Just
God.
A nice big box for
Yes.
you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed.
This is so cool.
Okay, so what exactly do we do here?
Give me a
Let's see.
ball.
There are lots of cars here in the back.
Thank you
but
for the
obviously
lurks,
there's no
Ramen.
racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together. Yes,
He's
I think
so
surely
funny.
we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball.
I
Have
will
fun.
never recover from this. My heart.
I hope you get run over less than 3.
Kate, I hope not. I hope not. Kate, how are you doing? Kate, welcome in. Thank you for the bits. Thank you, Joshy. Stephanie, we would never forget. We would never forget. Nyom, nyom. to the ball.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates... Hold on. What are you doing?
Nice shot, nice shot, nice shot. What is happening?
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back. We still have so much...
Is this giving Portal now? Connor. Connor, good to see you, handsome devil. What is going on? This game is bending my mind. I feel like we're going so far down like one route of the game. Josh is really feeling it today. A light. You can send it to Bit, Lindsay. That would be great. I don't know if we'll break in the action quite yet. What is this? King Queer, thank you for the lurk. That is very true, Barda. I don't really have the right to ask too much. This isn't even like fully like textured. Stanley's...
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me.
I do.
Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Ooh. Oh my god. It's giving me the heebie-jeebies a little bit. Right? Very ominous. I don't want to go. Oh my god.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh.
What could it mean?
Do we just restart?
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
The end is never the end. So true. I wonder if I'll just like want to replay this game a million times.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Do we still not listen? We like branched in such a very specific
this was not
way.
The correct way to the meeting room.
We can
and
still
Stanley
do
knew it
this.
perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. The lounge was sublime, a work of art. What but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first
So
open door on his
fascinating.
left.
I mean, we experienced stuff that
Stanley
has
was so bad at following directions. It's
we
incredible
experienced
he
stuff that was
wasn't 5
only
years
in
ago.
the deluxe one, if that's what you're asking.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
So I went that
I'm
way,
not your enemy, really, I'm not.
but I could go that way
realize that
and do what he
investing your trust
wanted.
in someone else can be difficult.
I
but
jumped
the fact
down.
is that the
What if I go up
story has
here?
been about nothing but you all this time. There's
Hey, Mitch,
someone
thank you
you've
for the
been
lurk.
neglecting, Stanley.
I send help.
Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who?
This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
Her?
To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Share, please. letter way. It's a trap. I mean, I don't think I have anywhere to go but the trap. Oh. Ah.
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then pick up the phone.
Hello?
As Stanley picked up the phone, a white light engulfed him, filling him not just with radiance, but with hope. Hope for a life reunited one... Wait. Oh, goodness. Stanley, did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day.
I love this game
Stanley
so much.
picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white.
Oh, I remember there were like wife
credits.
endings.
Not picking up the phone is actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world.
I don't remember
Please
this.
observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part
This
of being a
game.
real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Rupert has a choice. He could invent a machine that eliminates food shortages across the world to make life better for all people. Or he could spend years of hard work forgetting how to read. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Huh?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is
Wait,
the
what?
best part to a healthy decision-making process. Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the
that's true.
feeling should subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back.
Where are we?
You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
Weird. Kenna, how freaking cool was it that you were in Twitch Rivals? That was so cool. There's like Small Ant and Point Crow in it. That is incredible. Kenna, you're killing it. I mean,
Now that we know your
Oh,
choices are meaningful,
they block
we
off the
can't have you
sides.
jumping off the platform and dying.
Ah!
Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
I think this is new. We played like every ending, and it's hard to say what is new and what is old. Welcome in, Raiders. Llama. The sensual llama. In fact, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Hey, howdy. How was your Pokemon Legends today? Welcome in, Raiders. This isn't new. Okay. Good to know. See, I forget everything. That's I can like play a game a year later and have a new experience, and I love it. One good thing about having a bad memory. Welcome to Raiders. Llama, how was your stream? How was the Pokemon? Please let me know. I hope it was great. You've seen the flow sheet? Oh, I think we looked at that to get all the endings last time. We have arrived to the final noble. A noble person? Llama, good to see you. I don't know what a noble is, but that sounds amazing, and I hope you had an amazing stream. I'm doing really well. We're playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. And it's been so much fun.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending. The story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
I'm nervous. Ampano, thank you so much, Llama. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for sharing your community. Can we get another shout out for the sensual llama? One of our very own, a friend.
Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Ravioli,
I'm quite sure you'll
ravioli,
be up
give
to the
me
task.
the
Just follow my lead
subscription
and you'll
only.
be fine.
Himbo Shy, it's almost been a year. Himbo Ravioli.
Kalatosh, thank you for the 11. Appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Kalatosh, much love to you. Enjoy your emotes. Added for viewing. Oh,
All right.
interesting,
When
Llama.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh, chat, do we still disobey? What do we do? What do you want to do? Hey, Rindell. Good to see you today. Welcome in. Wrong door. Never obey. Wow, that says a lot about you. Okay. The chaos.
No! Why did you do that?
The
Quickly,
chaos reigns.
hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
I don't know, Barda. I feel like it says a lot about me. I know, Tori, we have a bunch of hooligans and scoundrels. Actually, I don't know if I have a choice. What if I, like, wait out here? He said to hurry, but I'm not hurrying. It's borked. It's broken. Oh no. Our ending. It's broken. I guess I have to go back. Has a snatched waist. That's a skinty ass filing cabinet. Our table. Oh my god. Look. Am I attracted to a filing cabinet? Damn. That filing cabinet got curves. Or angles. Okay, I think I have to go this way. Broken's attracted to broken. This is broken.
It's ruined. I can't believe, after everything we talked about, that my story, you've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now.
Oh
And
my
what am I
God.
supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down.
No.
I have to.
Papers are too Whoa. Whoa. Oh, this is spooky. I don't remember this.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever.
Drama
Now look where we
queen.
are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley? He actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh, my story.
You know about Janitor
If you'd
Bleeds.
just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious.
my
It
God.
would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard to make
Hello?
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When
have to check
Stanley
out Cup
came
and
to a
Noodle.
set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Do you actually want to do left this time? Or do you want to disobey again? I see more rights. Cup of Noodle. I watched InSim play it. To the right. Everything you own in the box to the right.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would.
What if we do it
That means
again?
choosing responsibly and always putting the story first.
Oh.
I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
More of you are saying left now? Do you want to like back down now? After all we've been through? Okay, right's overtaken.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly as Stanley would.
We're having such a good
That means
time.
choosing responsibly and
I wonder
always
if there's like
putting the
a...
story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up
You
to the
experienced that
task.
ending?
Just follow my lead
Break
and
the
you'll be
system. What if we
fine.
do it like
All
10
right.
times? What if there's a
When
hidden
Stanley
ending?
came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
No!
Why
Why did you do that?
Quickly, hurry back. Behave exactly
There's
as
got to be
Stanley would.
something.
That
There's
means
got to be something.
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means behave exactly as Stanley would. That means behave exactly as Stanley would. That means
Come on. No.
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means
What is going
behave
on?
exactly as Stanley would. That means behave exactly as Stanley would. That means
Is it big broken? Is it, like,
exactly
actually
as Stanley
broken?
would. That means
This seems
behave
bad.
exactly as Stanley would.
I don't
That
think this is
means
actually broken.
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means
It's not a glitch. This is happen.
behave
This is
exactly as
supposed to be
Stanley would.
happening.
That means behave exactly as Stanley would. That means behave exactly as Stanley would. That means
This is a lot to take in. Hi,
behave
Kevila.
exactly as Stanley would. That means
I committed to right.
behave
You pissed him off? Okay, do I have to go left now? I feel like Soba like played all of this. You need to go left to progress.
Exactly as Stanley would. That means behave exactly as Stanley would. That means
Ravioli, ravioli, give me the subscription only.
Hello my dears. Been so busy lately, but it's good to be back for a breather less than 3.
Paige, you're always welcome here. We've missed you, Paige. I hope you've been doing well. Thank you for the 14 months. Holy heck, Paige. It's been a long time. Thank you for the tier 2 resub. Much love, Paige. Thank you for the support. How have you been?
that means
Did I break it?
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means behave exactly as
Do I have to start the game over? I have to reset. Did we actually break it? That's wild.
Stanley would. That means behave exactly.
This is a lot to take in. I think it was broken.
All of his co-workers were
Oh no,
gone.
he's here.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I don't know. It just seemed like it was repeating so many times.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What does it mean, Stanley? We just angered the narrator. It's supposed to do that. I don't know. Do it again. I wish we could go backwards. It is strange that it does this. Choose neither. What if we sit here? I feel like sitting here is an option. Scrambling at work. Aw. Job hunting for the end of my enlistment. You've been so busy. Hang in there. You're doing great. Thank you for popping back in here. Thank you for the support too. Alright, we've waited long enough. We'll go left. We could always go right. Choosing chaos is the way.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
I love that
Stanley
Lindsay.
decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Aw. I love your watermelon fiend. How does it solve a dispute with a coworker? Let it ball up inside you? A slick blue graphic in the header and throw some bevel on all the text. Did I reset? I had the reset. It was Borkin. Alex. Welcome in. Alex, how are you doing? Good to see you. Synergize core value expenditures. Shift global market parade. Monetize free to play.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
This seems bad. I wish I could read that. It looks like someone actually wrote on it.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours.
Orphanage
He might be fired
flashbacks?
for that.
It's not
And in
nearly
such a
as
competitive
spooky.
economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously
lube.
out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all.
The
None
coffee
of it
spilled
made
now?
any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went?
Great question.
And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating?
11 and
Stanley
12.
said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue.
Wait.
He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself,
This is very people
I suppose
liminal
I'll
of
wake
them.
up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
No.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Great question.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange.
Don't do drugs, kids.
I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice
Will it ever
spoke to all
end?
people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever
And
been
then
in
I
his
got
life.
high.
Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too, surely.
narrator
Surely, if he could just...
Is growing
He would prove
unhinged.
He would prove that he was
Okay, this is
in
actually the
control,
same thing
that
for a
this
very
was
long time.
dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he
Oh,
invited himself to wake up. He felt the
Wake up.
full weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of
I
the
don't know,
world
Marco.
outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
this is soothing. No, no. Wait, I'm in the same spot. Nothing changed.
Stanley began screaming.
So true.
Please, someone wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice?
I'm seeing
Who
red.
am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
Wait.
This
Huh?
is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She
I don't remember
arose, got
this.
dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked.
I
to her
remember
place of
this.
work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man.
God.
He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't.
But do you?
It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body.
Do you feel
And then she
meditated?
turned and ran.
Damn. Run it back. Do it again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
That is
Perhaps he
adorable,
had simply
Talia.
missed a memo.
That is so wholesome. Hey, no. Chat. Wait. Hey. Psst. Psst, psst, psst. What's this?
Oh, new content? What does that mean?
Hey,
New
J Boogie.
content.
Wait. This looks new? No, it's not. Looks like new content? I feel like they could lie to me. Army, that's going to be the top of the agenda tomorrow. New content, Pog.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content.
I was gonna say inject that new content into my veins.
Delighting audiences the world over. Please step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content.
I feel like this is going to subvert my expectations in some way. I feel like that's not like a tall order. Like that's basically a given. But I'm just trying to like...
Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm
to
sure
be
it's
careful.
just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Does anyone have a TDLR? TLDR?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Sure, I don't really think there's a lot to it.
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra
Thank you,
Deluxe.
Trey.
Mostly
Cutie.
tedious. It's as if Oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley.
Give me the content. Hello.
All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
We can jump now. I feel a bit like a circus animal. Hey. Hey. I can't jump anymore. I had limited number of jumps. I thought I was going to get something cool. Hey. Hey. I used up all my jumps for the whole content? What the fuck? Kick it over.
Is that it?
Is it?
Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
This looks like the font for YouTube. Or Google. Or both. Anyways. I still can't jump. Edit, undo my jumps. I wish.
Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just
Yes, Connor?
elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could
20
count to
hours?
30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes.
What, you doing well?
I
How are
knew
you
there
today?
had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
I still can't jump. People here, hope you're doing well. Thank you for enjoying the new
That's
content.
it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's achievements, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test achievement, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable.
Good for you.
It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game?
Uh-oh.
And we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
They
What do you
did.
say, friend?
Wait, no. They did sort of talk about game companies and building up new content. Wait a second. Wait. Oh, that's sort of cute. What?
Psst. Stanley.
Should we go in?
Come over here. In the vent.
I
I
sorta
want to
want-
show you something.
I sort of want to. Nut. Coffee nut. What? Nut. Do it. What?
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be?
I'm
But it got me
familiar.
thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away
Whoa.
here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret.
Whoa, is this like Skyrim? They put Skyrim on everything now. Stephanie, you always are.
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want.
Whoa.
Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC.
I can't leave. Hi, Ronnie. Ronnie, how are you doing? We're playing a new game. How are you today? Okay, you thought it was wild when they put Skyrim on a refrigerator. Now they put Skyrim in the Stanley Parable. Hi, Leovani.
You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap re-release? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the wait.
This game is so good. Oh, I thought that was an April Fool's joke, Army. I love this so much. Ronnie, I hope you're enjoying being drunk. Did it actually come in this box back in the day? I don't think so. Oh, they have a little award here. The British Academy of Film and Television Arts awarded to Stanley Parable. A big hug to you. We love you. What the heck? 2013. Oh, that's cute. Like the year. Our first kiss, my first car, the release of the Stanley Parable in 2013. I love this game so much. This is the kind of like writing and humor that just really gets to me. Firefox, Stanley Parable, a Galactic Cafe game. Oh my god, did you have to buy it off of like its own website? Linguists identify 15,000-year-old ultra-conserved words. I don't even know what this... It could be Windows 7. Be my Valentine. Okay. Anyways. A trip down memory lane. Smile because it happened. The first $1. This note is legal tender for all debts, public and private. Is there anything weird on here? Let me play it on this in the game. British Academy Award, Stanley Parable Game Innovation. New video game releasing today. Creator surprisingly down to earth.
Never recover from this. My heart.
Baby boy, baby boy.
Ronnie, thank you for the 100. Baby boy, baby boy. Colleges show uneven effort to enroll poor. Business leaders pushing election of council allies. Ronnie, thank you. I hope you're having a good day. Deals tough choices. There I am dead. It does remind me of the museum ending. In loving memory, little Stanley. What is happening? Let me come sit. Is it a trap?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? Every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now. A lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
I can't get over it, Leaky. This is so funny. Lily and Jen's mom, good evening. Uh-oh. Knowing your city. Yay, Lily and Jen's mom getting a raise. We love it. We stand. Lily and Jen's mom. Deserved. Most certainly. Congrats. Oh, is this them working on it? Off, on, if they have buttons? Look at them going down memory lane. The top 10 memories from the Stanley Parable 2013. I remember. Karma, thank you. For Scott K. Oh my god. Did they actually release it like in a box form?
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games, and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. It just needed to be left alone, to spend the rest of time collecting dust in the hallowed hall of beloved video game memories.
They're saying that this didn't need an ultra deluxe version. Hello? The serious room? Let me in. Right, King Queer? It's funny you mentioned that. Techie, we've played Bugsnax. It was one of like my early games that I played, but I think I may play it through again with the DLC. I am pumped, Techie. Hello? Oh, they want me to go back? This reopened.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I
Oh,
wouldn't
it
give
opened
to
up
go
down there.
back, to have it all over again.
The serious room. They won't let me go in there. I used up all my jumps. Zion, you're welcome in. I hope you're like hanging in there. Hopefully you have power now. Muffin, good to see you.
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here?
What is
Oh
down
no. Oh God, no. Stanley, it's a collection of reviews from Steam, the online video game distributor. I haven't looked at these in years.
No, God,
I
please,
can't even
no.
imagine what's
Please,
been
no.
collecting down here.
Don't do it to
Surely
me.
these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'm sure they're all good. Ashley, welcome in. Ashley, how are you doing? Ashley, what a great recipient of a raid yesterday. I hope you had a good time.
Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
A hug from me, a hug from chat. Britt, I hope you're doing okay. I hope you're enjoying your recovery today. I'm glad you made some literal and figurative steps. Hugs. Hugs indeed. A lot of Steam reviews. True arc. Oh no, I wish I could read them. They're all blurred. It's raining and thundering here. Thank you for having us.
Okay, let's see what this one
Yeah.
says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy?
Ravioli,
Stanley?
ravioli, give me the subscription only.
Almost a year. Himbo Heart.
Seaberry, thank you for the 11. I appreciate it. Thank you for using your primer here. Enjoy your emotes. Thank you for supporting me in this wonderful place. We call it home. You did mention that they kept the names in. They did not hold back. Imagine posting a review about a game and then like 5 years later, they post your review in the game and include your username.
I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did. But maybe it wasn't.
I think so.
Dear.
I think they're actual
What an
reviews.
awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks are my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure. Like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered.
Ziania, thanks for popping in. I hope like the power goes okay. We'll see you soon. Take care. Joseph, welcome in. Good night, Lily and Jen's mom. Yes, you go get some rest. Okay. We press on. What is going on around here? Oh, we do go here.
What's this one got to say? You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If
No.
I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customers.
Whoa.
Yes, a skip button we shall have.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Don't make me do it.
And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something
I don't
like
want to
this.
do it.
The story and the choices, or what have
The
you,
sass
and
from this
therefore,
man
by
right now?
becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all, until the end of time.
I wanna
at
hear
which
it.
time, everything all at once. So, now you see, blah, 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet. No, no, until 245. Got the logic of elimination working backwards. The deduction, therefore, becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices.
Does he just
or what
loop?
have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably,
He
we
does.
all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once. So now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just
Okay,
yet.
I have to hit it. I have to hit it. He's gone in a
245.
circle.
Got the logic of elimination working backwards. The deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly
It actually works.
10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before
Is it?
lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left
Does
until
the
so
minutes
much
hand
more
move
than
ahead?
forever ago? Which is why I say... the story and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal flourishes and lengthy ruminations on the nature of choice in video games.
Did
Of
it?
course, I happen to believe
That would be
it was
so
perhaps
funny.
one of my more profound such ruminations. Not that, of course, you need
Do we
a
hit it
description of
again?
it, but if I had to describe it, I'd say it was... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's right at your fingertips to go poof.
I'm
It's
tempted
all
to just
over.
hit it a bunch of
Oh,
times.
I can't wait to see what Cookie 9 will say about this.
They reference
and
the
whether they'll
user.
edit the rating of their Steam review, or at least change some of the wording, perhaps. To be honest, I don't even know if one can change their review in the first place. I guess I should become better educated on exactly how Steam works. Perhaps that would have been the smart
They want me
thing
to do it
check on
again.
before I went about this whole exercise of making the skip button. Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say
What if I
maybe
just hit it a bunch of...
30, 45 minutes?
Holy...
It's not unendurable
That's why they put the
by any
tree
means, but
here.
it's- Well, there's really only so much... Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've
Reset
just
button?
been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're... Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no, the
Someone
lights.
to talk to again.
The tree!
Stanley, I think it's been a week.
No!
2 weeks.
Bye-bye.
Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything.
Oh, no. Uh-oh. The door's gone? He's gone? Do it again? I fucked up. He dead. The fire alarm is going off. The clock falls off the wall. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I have to hit it again.
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they
Sorry,
screamed,
Tori.
they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine
Do I hit
with
it
an
again?
uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek everything and are accountable to nothing. We get a world...
No. I wish I didn't do that.
Ravioli, ravioli, give me the subscription only.
Tyler, you little shit. Tyler, thank you for the gifted sub. The Mosley, welcome in. Mosley, enjoy your emotes and for viewing sub badge. Of course, you have Tyler. Fake doors. The fakest doors you could ask for. Tyler, thank you. That's you, Mosley. That's you. Cassadot, hey, how are you doing? Cassadot, you're amazing. Welcome in. Cassadot, near and dear friend of Shallelujah's and now ours. Thank you for saying so. Thank you for the lurks. Do I have to hit it again? Steven, welcome in. How are you doing?
The end is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is
Oh,
never
no.
the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end,
Oh,
is never
no.
the end, is never 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 the end.
You
is
won't
never
tell
the
him that you said
end,
that
is
bit?
Never the end, is 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 never the end.
Do I hit it
Is never
again?
the end, is never the end, is never the end, is never the end, is
Stu Page, how are you, Stu Page? I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Hey, howdy. Stu Page, I hope life's been treating you well. Hope you're not too busy. Good to see you today. It's happened. Okay, but it eventually got to like a week. So you'd think like years would start to go by. Can I leave yet? I can't believe they took the door away. Oh, Talia, I think I have to like leave. Okay, that's pretty. If only I could jump. I'm trying to jump. Okay, but imagine... It's a bit more complicated than that, Lemon. Imagine they make like a whole ass new game. They put it in under the context of like Ultra Deluxe Edition and just constantly break the fourth wall and talk about Steam reviews. It reverted again? Let me leave. This is a lesson on skip buttons. What's that haunting noise? The world ended? Did the world end? I looped through the universe? Whoa. It's like tipped. Coachella. This is actually Burning Man? What if I hit it again? No, it's busted. It's gone. Okay, but Journey's actually a really good game. Hello? There we go. My planet Arrakis. Kiwi, how are you doing, Kiwi? I saw just the absolute sweetest message from you to Luxie, and like on that kudos board. Kiwi, you're just the sweetest. Big hug to you, Kiwi. Hello? What? Oh, Stu Page, thank you for the pronoun check. I use he, him. Thank you for placing yours in chat. Thank you for being yourself. Thank you for treating the check with respect. Thank you for informing me, making this place a bit more inclusive. Okay, Tori, I was only in for a moment. I didn't know that you were the kudos board queen. Tori, you legend. That is so kind of you. So sweet. Hello?
Hi, Stanley. Just wanted to leave you a message to let you know there's a few things I need you to pick up on your way home from work today. We need milk, cereal, dish soap, spaghetti, get a thing of sugar, some bread, and coffee beans, whichever ones you like. I'll give you a call if there's anything I forgot. Thanks, sweetie. See you tonight.
I'll Venmo you, Tori. What? I don't remember this. Also, who was that? I'm dead ass surprised. What the hell? They charge you $20 for a kudos board? They got a box for mugs? Did anything change? Did that last inning finish? It just like cut me off and then sent me back here, Soba. Everyone, thank you for your pronouns. Thank you for your hot pronouns. This thing was not here before. I assure you this was not here before. Stu Page, we've been talking about it a lot. I haven't got to see it yet, but we just adore it here as a community.
Good. You noticed my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
I promise it has not been there. I wish. Great idea. They added so much. That was there before. You just blind. Are you all gaslighting me? I feel like I would have remembered that sign.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and
liars.
about how roundly disappointing this ultra deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
I literally can't tell you how much I adore this game right now. It's so good. What the hell?
Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for.
Have they? This looks like a tech studio. Investor showcase. Testing 2 printers at the same time. Okay.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think?
Why?
Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the
Taste
Stanley
the sequel.
Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there. It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
What? What is this? Not like the Windows 10 background. Stickies? Off painting D. Not TGA. I thought I saw someone. Something new on the ground? It's just a bunch of twos next to each other with just markings. Two fives, 5 twos. What does that say?
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wow, wow, wee, wow. Oh no. Not the twerkening. Yeah, Gordon Blue, thank you for the 69. Stu Page, good night. Sleep well. Thanks for popping in. It was good to see you again. It's always good to see you. Have a good day tomorrow. Burb, if you just got here, this has been absolutely wild. Burb, good to see you. Thank you for the 69 bits. Sequel ideas. Stanley can throw axes. Stanley gets boons. Artistic ultimate wife scene. Free room made. Dress up mode. Proper gameplay question mark. Nude Stanley. New York City jetpack. Fuel canisters. This is so good. Ugh. That's just because it came out today, King Queer. Boons from cons. I just want to read all the stuff that they wrote. I can't get that close. More famous narrator. Aww. Every pause button is a Roman numeral 2. Hello? They're not wrong. They're not wrong. Lindsay, good night. Sleep well. I hope you enjoyed Jimothy today. Good morning, Flaming Gamer. I'm doing well. How are you? And Alvarez, good to see you as well. The floor is... Oh my god. Oh god. More TSP, better TSP. Paradigm shift. Synergy. Brick and mortar approach. Envelop client-centric marketing. The color red. Leverage holistic value. 1 to 2. We watched the first episode in the Discord page, but I'm sure many people have watched more. Ali, good night. Many people going to bed right now. Good night to those that are going to bed. Hi, Kay. Okay, I hope you're doing well. Why did... Up there it goes. Just a little delay. Oh, look at the logo ideas. No. No, they like took some from Common Games. What's that second one? What font used that second one? Interesting. Gay guitars. Good night, good night, good night, good night. Many people going to bed. Good night, sleepyheads. Poots, welcome in. Thank you, Burb.
Now, to be clear,
It looked
I
like The
haven't
Last of
quite
Us
nailed
or
down
Red
what
Dead
exactly
Redemption.
the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
Me. That's not me, Elliot Rude. This is so funny. Hell yeah. Paige. Paige. You sweetheart. Nan, I just rated today. Broccoli's here. Paige, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Hi. The end is never the end again. Paige. You return from being so busy. You did not have to do that. That's so kind of you. Paige, thank you for supporting 5 people supporting the stream. I appreciate it. I know there's so much detail. Abs. Sequels are good. What was that? Hello? Hello? Did you hear that? Broccoli, welcome in for the first time. Enjoy your emotes. Paige, thank you for the lurks, and I hope you enjoy the painting. Aladdin 2 Return of Jafar. Oh no. The red door. What are you talking about, Joshi? I feel like a lot of things have happened since then. This way to the show floor. New features. Oh no. I don't know, Connor.
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. What is going on in here? I feel like I'm losing my grip on what's reality. Hear your name in the game. No, me?
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want?
It sort of was
And of
Alvarez.
course,
It's a bit different now.
The most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the person playing the game. Isn't that wonderful?
Okay, but I think it reads your Steam name. Do you remember the trolley problem? Trolley problem took Loganolio. What if it says it? What if it does it? I don't want to hit it.
Jim.
Oh.
Sorry, I should have clarified.
No!
Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name,
Okay.
whatever name that is.
Fine.
Here, let's have you roleplay as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature.
True.
Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay,
Indeed,
we're
Emily,
doing
got a
it
little
again,
popular.
And this time, let me finish first.
I'm glad you
Now,
liked it.
Allow yourself to become Jim. Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here.
That's so
I'm
funny.
done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
I am Jim. You're Jim. We're all Jim. I'll have to leave. The other way. You're Jim. I'm Jim. We're all Jim. Okay. I'm so mean to him, that one girl. No.
Maybe
Oh.
I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable 2.
That's so
they
funny.
would appreciate what I've created here.
Epilogue?
An epilogue would be fun, wouldn't it, Stanley? Yes, yes, it will go at the end of the, well, we'll figure that out later.
Ooh. Who's that? Patty Wicks, welcome in. How are you doing? You and me both, buddy. Wait. Oh, he's turning. I was like, what? How? Wait, it's Logan? I mean, Jim. Okay, don't like that it sort of looks like me. That is rude. Settings, world champion. What does that mean? Fine. Infinite hole. You planned an in-office day for coworkers? Tori, you're a go-getter. I can see that. Tori, thank you for being here today. It was a blast. Much love to you. Tori, I hope the day is still enjoyable. Ugh, big stretch. Is there something in here? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wow, wow, wow. Thank you for the 69. Look at Infinite Hole. You're the party planning committee. Thank you, Tori. Cordon Blue, thank you for the 69. Cecilia, welcome in. How are you doing? I thought maybe there'd be something special in here. I want to be the settings world champion. Free, new, and easy achievement. I can't believe it's that simple. The Stanley Parable 2. Free achievement. Get yours right now. Pull the lever. Receive your new achievement. No more steps. It just works.
Now, here's something special. You remember that broken test achievement that got left in the game on accident?
No.
Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the achievement. Yes. You see, you'll come to this lever, and when you pull it, the achievement will be given to you.
Why is it like in the
simple
basement?
as that.
I'm sort of nervous. My spaghetti and meatballs are ready.
Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist.
Oh my God.
Right now, the achievement is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the
Come on.
to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Keep trying. I don't think it'll work. Pull the lever, Kronk. Wrong lever. Do you really need to keep going? Mosley, don't mess with me.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? You know what? Let's bring the jump circle back for Stanley Parable 2 as well.
Not this again.
Oh, wait. You already spent all your jumps the first time we saw the jump circle?
No.
Oh, well. I suppose it can just be a nice decorative piece then.
I can't jump. I can't jump. Imagine if I didn't spend them all. Expo Hall 2 guide? What is going on? Oh no. Oh, God. I hate facing the consequences of my own actions. Well, that's sort of cool.
Oh, goodness. Stanley.
Hello?
This is very awkward. I hate to do this, but before you leave, you really should go to both the exhibits.
Oh, this
for
is the
bucket
exit.
And
Oh,
the
okay.
collectibles. You see, there's a surprise I was going to spring on you later, and it involves both of them. And I really do hate to break the illusion, but it's important that you go see the
says
collectibles
exit.
and the bucket.
It says exit. My bad. Okay, in
All right,
that
I'll
regard,
get out of
I'm
your
glad
hair
it stopped me. Investor Showcase. Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Can you find them? Whoa.
Ah.
Okay, get the gun.
Collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unrewarded life.
Whoa. Look at this art installation. Is this Jim? No, this is Stanley. It says 1 out of 6. Collect them all. Can you find them? Okay, Brett.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything.
People
in a
love
video game,
collectibles?
and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
I went down there. It did not work. Pow Pow, I hope you feel better. People been getting a lot of
I'll be
migraines
honest,
lately.
I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with?
Chat. Would you prefer Get Well Someday or Happy 12th Birthday Stepniece? Pow Pow, feel better. You take care of yourself first and foremost. Good night, good night. 12th birthday? Get well someday? No, it's not even soon. It's someday. Poll. We'll probably just get well someday. I was just going to see which the chat preferred as a whole. It looks like get well someday is the victor. Yep.
You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Happy 12th birthday, step-niece, it is.
It didn't even listen. It probably had these all prepared. It knew which one you wanted. Big hugs to you. I believe, you got this. Wait, were these here a second ago?
Actually, maybe I should have gone with... No.
M,
No, I've
you got
made my
this. Much
decision.
love.
We're moving on.
Please no screenshots. That's funny. Wait, where am I? The reassurance bucket?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic
What?
sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I am happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket.
Hello?
You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps
That's
even
reassuring.
comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring
too, Bree.
cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
I sort of want to try. Game Man, good night. Take care. Enjoy work as much as you can.
Can you feel it? The glow of
What was
comfort,
that?
even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Really?
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on, don't they? All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Nice bucket. Thanks. Thank you. Do I hold on to it forever? Oh my god. What's that chair doing there? Wait a second, that covers up
Does
my
anyone give out
face.
awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Oh, thank you. I carry this bucket forever? Wait. That's new. Wait a second. What? Oh, did they update that? It didn't say gym before. They fixed the sign. Hi, Fabulars. Aquarology, I'm doing well. How are you? Good night, Fod. The end is never the end again. This t-shirt is the best new feature. I sort of want one. What does that say about me? I saw the new content. It just... 2. Good to hear, Aquarology. Does the QR work? I must scan it. Does it? I imagine it actually brings you to like a merch page. StanleyParable2.com. Taste this, you go learn more. What is this? It's just about the game. I don't know if there's merch on here. That's so funny. It worked. Hayden, thank you again for the resub yesterday. You were far too kind to me. Thank you. How are you doing today? They updated that to say gym. We did merch. We did the bucket. True, Connor. Yeah, for sure. New content, new ideas. Consistent quality with just the right amount of change. The baby is... No, not the baby! Hello? Did you hear that? It's weird. 999. Why would it say 999? Red is the new orange. A whole new office. Yeah, so this is like teasing the hypothetical second game. Oh, what's with the bucket? If you look over there, it's called the reassurance bucket. Whenever you feel uncomfortable, it's supposed to provide you with support. Do you feel reassured, Cade? Why is there smoke? Did I do this? Yeah. Damn. I didn't do a good job then, Cade. Should we take a screenshot? It didn't care. I haven't seen a hand, City Junk. I think it's hole time. Hole like infinity. I know it. Rim, depth, infinite, surrounding area. Is this the infinite hole? It just keeps going. It just keeps going. Infinite hole chart. Hole entrance. Infinity. The bucket feels a bit like a security blanket.
Stanley,
You know
here's an
what I mean?
idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is in fact a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right.
You're blaming me,
Infinite
Cade?
falling. You can fall until the end of time if
Should
you
we
like.
jump in?
A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium.
I sort of want to jump in. You got holes in chat? It makes me nervous. Chat, it's infinite.
You see, isn't it wonderful? One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so. Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
That's comforting.
Great. Now, I'm very
This is
excited
different.
to show you even more of my ideas for the sequel.
Wait a second. Wait, now it's like... Now it's enclosed. Do it again. Hi, Eric. Welcome in. They're changing things.
Okay, and I guess we're back in the hole now.
Again.
Did you really need to see it again? I don't know what else there is to say, Stanley. It's an infinite hole. It's exactly what you're doing right now, but forever. There really are so many other
It's a deep hole. It's
fascinating exhibits
infinite.
that I prepared for you. I really spent quite a lot of time on all this, and I would very much like to show you some more of them. How about we go ahead and press that teleport button again,
Wait.
so we can get back to what's really important about... Oh, goodness. Well, this is rather embarrassing, Stanley. I'll be honest with you. I truly did not believe that anyone would actually stay in the hole long enough to hit the bottom.
Yeah, damn right we
I
did.
know, I told you the hole was infinite, but come on. Who actually wants to fall forever? The hole was plenty deep. It was more than deep enough, in my opinion. Maybe it's you who likes falling too much. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you,
that's fine by me.
Go ahead and press the teleport button to walk up to the top of the hole, and we can move on.
That's
I'll just
fine
be
by
up
me.
here when you're ready.
Did they change anything else? I don't know why they enclosed it while I was down there before. Wait. They changed it to mostly. That's funny. Again? I don't think that anything's gonna change.
Oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much.
Whoa.
A normal
Not with this chat.
Yet
Be careful.
An infinite hole right there goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
It
I
did.
couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above.
Just the two of us. We can make it if we try. Again?
I'm positively thrilled. Oh gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this started to become a thing where...
It's so short.
Okay.
Hi, Burry. I didn't even really... I didn't
to
start
become
it.
extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less
That's
and
so
less
weird.
infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the
What does
lax
this mean?
overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
I was going to test it anyways.
Well, there it is. The shame of my lie has come to haunt me. Not only is the hole not infinite, but it's barely even a hole at this point. It's more of a concavity.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
A very aggressive divot. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
It's not working.
Is the teleport button not working? You sure?
Annabelle, how are you doing?
Well, I mean,
Belle, good to see you.
I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try it again.
Okay. I'm stuck
Still
in
nothing?
this tiny ass
Well,
hole.
I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of the day.
What? What? Welcome in, Raiders. Claire Diviner, welcome in. Evie. Evie, is this you're doing? Claire, how was your stream? How was the Forza? Thank you for choosing to raid here. You wonderful, wonderful being. Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing Evie with you. And welcome into anyone else coming along with the raid. And Claire, anyone else, if we've never met, hey, howdy. My name's Loganolio. You can call me Logan. Happy to have you. I'm a variety streamer. I stream every day. And man, the game we're playing right now is wild. I'm glad you're here for it. Claire, 11 hours of Forza and Flight Simulator. Holy crap. Welcome in. Thank you for sharing your community. I appreciate it. Evie, I see you. I see you. Her Bananas, thanks for hanging today. Thanks for welcoming in our Raiders. I told Claire you were one of the most wholesome streamers I've ever met. That's so cute. That's so sweet of you, Evie. Thank you for spreading some sort of good word. It's very kind. And Claire, thank you again. That's a long ass stream. Claire, make sure you do whatever you need to do after a long raid, especially after 11 hours. Thank you for raiding here. Could we get another shout out for Claire? A friend of Evie's is a friend of ours. I will check you out. We'll have to. Thank you for sharing your community and choosing to raid here. We're playing a game called Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition. It is wild. It is a lot to take in. I wish I could explain it all, but it's sort of like a simulation. We're Stanley, and we're simulating, and now we're exploring what Stanley Parable 2 would be if it did exist. But we're exploring it in Stanley Parable 1 Ultra Deluxe Edition. Yeah. Well, I miss you. Indeed, I didn't want to, but we're stuck in a hole. This game is hard to explain. No, I think we're still... Nah, Dookie, you're right. We're Jim. Tali, I always miss you. And to be very frank, I'm stuck in a hole right now. A very short hole. The bucket does provide some reassurance. I still can't jump. I still can't teleport. Narrator. My hole is deepening? Whoa. The music. Val, of course. So let me back in my time zone. We're happy to have you. What is going on? Change your perspective? Should I? Have? Whoa! That's me! I'm Stanley! What is this game? No, please. I can't with this game right now. Change. I hit F. I don't know what's going on, Chad. I can change my perspective and my perception. My reality. Wait. I don't have the wherewithal to handle this right now. Change myself? No.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're...
Stanley? Stanley? Stanley!
No,
Oh,
I'm not
good, you're
done.
awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them.
It's
Stella,
so short. Just let me out.
I'll be back. Toodlepip.
It's so short. Just let me out. What? Is that the end of a branch?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the
I kept my bucket. What if we do the hole again? Do the hole again. We got the whole ending. I don't know if... I think the collectibles... We're just talking about collectibles and what would be the second one. Unless if there are like 5 other collectibles hidden. No. They block off the hole. The whole erasure. I'm surprised to keep my bucket. It does provide some reassurance though. I think I did everything. No more hole. So no hole. Yeah, I think we did. I can't believe they changed it to the button that says gym. Yeah, there's the exit. I just want to make sure we did everything. Wait, should we see if we can... There's one that we didn't get to go into. It wouldn't let us. It was over here. Maybe we can be the settings grand master now. The settings grand champion. Epilogue. Yeah, the statue's rotating. Evie, thank you for like manifesting and pushing for a raid with a new friend. It was great to meet Claire. I hope you enjoyed your time over there. Good night, Evie. I think the vending machine has like the taste of 2 or something like that. I wonder how you make that happen. Settings world champion. Okay. Taste the sequel. All right. I think we did it all. I did like look in the settings. I didn't know like what to mess around with. Or if I looked for one thing in particular. Hold. Oh. Change every setting. Do you really want to like try to make this happen? Where is it? That has to be it? No way. Well, multiple people suggested it. Oops. Oh no. Accidentally click go to the main menu. No, it shouldn't make me go back from the beginning. Hold on. No, it wouldn't do that. Hold on. Imagine if it...
This is the store.
No! I was gone for... I left for a second. Hold on. No, you're kidding me, Maddie. Please, no.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
No!
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Dylan!
Oh, good. You noticed my
Dylan,
sign.
welcome
Yes,
in. Welcome in,
something
Raiders.
very exciting to show you.
Hey, howdy. Dylan, you sweetheart. Thank you for raiding. Ugh. Still working on Last of Us. You're ungrounded, right? We just had a big F moment here. We really did. But Dylan, how was the stream today? Welcome in, friends. If we've never met, hi, my name's Logan. I'm a variety streamer. Dylan is amazing. We're happy to have you. We're playing...
You see, Stanley, I I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable
We're
and
playing
about how roundly
Stanley
disappointing
Parable
this
Ultra Deluxe Edition.
version has turned
It
out
just
to
came out
be.
today.
The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this Ultra Deluxe nonsense.
And
I
we're in
say
it
we
together.
take it one step even further.
Jay Saga,
Which
good
is
to
why
see you.
I'm very proud to announce
Queenie.
for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2.
Queenie, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I accidentally made a slight error right before you arrived.
See, isn't this far superior to a measly re-release with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a
Speedrun.
fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions.
Okay, we have a little bit of work to do, but Dylan, you are amazing. You did better today. I think I'm getting grounded a lot better now. That's amazing. I hope you had a great time. To everyone who joined with Dylan, thank you so much for coming along with the ride. Jay Saga, good to see you. Queenie, thank you for the follow. Rachel, so true. A speed run indeed. Beads, good to see you again too. Thank you all so much. Everyone, make sure to check out Dump Truck Dylan, a friend of ours, a friend of Brit's, part of like the Neat Dude Larger community. A really nice person. So if you just joined, we're playing Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Edition. It is not technically 2. And we were like neck deep in the game. And I accidentally hit quit to menu instead of settings. And it didn't save it. It made me start from the beginning. Why would they do that? So right before you joined, I accidentally lost all progress. So it's sort of like, it's a moment that happens here occasionally. I be like that sometimes. I feel like that sometimes. But Dylan, thank you so much. I appreciate you. You're great. I hope you had a great stream to Dylan and anyone who came along with the raid. Make sure you take care of yourself. Snacks, bathroom, veg.
This is
Thank
what
you, thank
fans
you.
have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear,
We're all in it together.
I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be.
Himbo.
But let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of
We're like
interesting
right back at it.
concepts,
See, we're right here
then surely
again.
the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Should we still try to get the setting grand champion? Big time pain.
A common
Ravioli,
complaint of the Stanley
ravioli,
Parable
give me
was
the
that it was confusing
subscription
and
only.
paradoxical.
Been busy
That it
offline, but
engendered
as
a
always,
chaotic sense
much
of
love and good to see you,
reckless despair in
Himbo
those
Wiggle.
who played it.
Ashley,
Well,
I've been missing
I'm
you.
happy to say that
Ashley,
after much
been busy
consideration,
offline.
I've
I hope
engineered
you're
a
doing
clever
well.
solution
Thank you
to
for the
this
5 months of support.
fundamental
Welcome
problem
back.
with the game.
I've been seeing
It's
some
the
Instagram
Stanley
posts and stuff.
Parable
Seems like you're thriving.
Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will
Polly,
fill
one
your
second.
mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal.
Wait, really, Maddie?
and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than
think I need the bucket to
redesigning
progress.
the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass?
Hello,
that would
hurry.
be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Talia, good night. Sleep well.
Can you feel it?
Maddie, did you
The
look it
glow
up?
of comfort, even in the
If
face
only we had
of
a fast
crushing
forward button or
despair,
like a
must
progress
already be
saving
sweeping
button.
through your body. And in fact, can I
Just
say
pick it
that I
up.
do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you
Nothing
the
important,
slightest
Ebbs.
bit more attractive as a person. The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on, don't they?
Let me leave.
All this and more await you.
You have to go through
in the
every
Stanley
slider.
Parable 2.
Wait, is that true? Is that true, that one girl?
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Okay, we'll try it. And I will not click on exit game this time. I know speedrunning is a bit tough in this one, but we're already like back at where we were essentially. Settings. Is this how you do it? Am I doing it? Really? Is this it? Ashley, I hope you're doing great. Like I said, we really did miss you, but I hope you're enjoying your time offline. I want to be a settings grand champion. Am I doing it right? Delete, reset. I don't think those are necessary. A whole bottle of tequila in a night. Ashley. Oh, oh.
Is the story of a man.
Hi, Spencer. Welcome in. Good to see you, sort of. Oh my god. You just told me to delete myself, Spencer? What does this do? I'm nervous changing some of these. Good to see you. Welcome in. I don't like changing these. Did I do it? Let me in! Let me in! All of the slider settings. I think it's just the sliders? I want to see what's in here. Let me in. Let me in. No way. You have to set it to each number as in go back. No, 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 no. I will not be doing that. I will not be setting each slider on a singular digit every time to get through every single one of them. I will not be doing that today. I can tell you that much. I draw the line somewhere. Why are you going up and down like this? Oh, it's because it's wherever my mouse is. Do it and then reset settings? Well, this is stopping at every number. Does that count? Does that count? This is like a secret that I don't know if it's worth it. What are you doing? There are only 8 sliders you need to change. Is that doing it? Are you happy? Are you happy with me? Set it, save setting, and go again. Okay. Well, we had fun while it lasted. No, you have to go... Oops. You have to change every single number and go into the game on that number. Well, that was fun. No. You don't? Hold on. I just want to do a little bit more. The number or like the clickies are a little satisfying. If you go through each number in those 4, it should unlock them. I want to be a champion. Hi, Caitlin. It's sort of hard to explain. You just have to look like you're working. That's what we're doing right now. Oops. Hopefully I hit every number.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
To be fair, Stanley's job was just punching in numbers.
This is the story of
And I can't have it skip numbers. It's sort of rude that they programmed that in. Once you hold it down too long, it skips numbers. Oh my god. Move them all the way to the left and tap through each one.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I can't with this game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I bring you the best content on the Twitch platform. This is what I want to be known for. I gotta go to bed. I gotta travel on tomorrow. Joseph, great to see you today. Logan punch all the numbers. Ugh, God, I sure hope so. You want to edit this for YouTube? Well, we could be like the achievement hunter. Now open. Hello? Oh, the sound effects were gone. Open. Not done yet. Were there any sliders here? No sliders. I may have missed a number because I didn't start tapping until I got to audio. Maddie, it's going pretty well. Maddie, how are you? It was on 72. Seaberry, bad. We are working very hard to get into the settings world champion. I know. We're on esports mode. I feel like I should have clicked or something.
Oh, yikes forever.
Big yikes. So true, Marco. It says only some sliders appear after some... Oh, true, Spencer? Okay. I remember... Hold on. The translate setting slider. This one? Admit defeat. Never! Never! I don't remember where it was. Are there any other hidden ones? The subtitles one? I'm pretty sure I did. This is a good... Am I being trolled right now? No. No, don't do this to me. I feel like you wouldn't do this. Did I do this one? But imagine, that would be so funny and also so rude. Vicky, good to see you. Oh my god, I'm embarrassed that you have to see this. Let me in! I'm too deep. My sunken cost is far too high. I missed a number. You think I skipped some on sound effects? Really? Hold on. I'm going to go back appropriately. Is this Osu? Does it sound like Osu? Best Osu. Wait, I was on like 50 something? Okay, it was on 100. Oh, well. Mito? Mito? Is that true? Is this bugged? I went through all of them. I clicked. I want to be a world champion. No. Is it bugged? No. We're not a failure. The game's a failure. According to Rogue Trooper 732, this is bugged. I want to be a cowboy, baby. Rachel, you're so sweet. You're so sweet. I don't want to like really... My bucket's loud. Do you want to see the hole again, or do we just want to try to exit?
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe,
Show hole,
don't you
please.
think? Ultra
Thank you,
Deluxe.
Scotch.
What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic
Man, we worked
statement
so hard for
right
that, and
there.
for what?
It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
Oh,
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly
yeah, there's no
fond of.
top on
It's
it
never
here.
been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that
Hole?
you can fall down forever.
Infinite
That's
hole.
right.
Is it?
Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time.
Okay, Lynn, you're in for a
Standing
treat here if we have to do
forward,
everything
isn't it
again.
Wonderful. One of my more ingenious concoctions, if I do say so.
Do we just go?
Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole,
It's sort of
you
scary.
can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward.
Do we wait right on the first one? Oh, Beans, I totally respect that.
Now,
We're
I don't
pretty
mean to be
deep
a
into it.
bummer, but I do recommend you
Beans,
use
it was
the
good to see you
teleport
today.
button to
Thanks
go
for hanging
back
for a
to the
bit.
top.
Thanks for coming along with the
Maybe
raid.
do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
Excuse me.
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite
I love
nature
it.
of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole.
This is longer than I
I don't
remember.
want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity.
Gobble me, swallow
From
me.
one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom
This
of
took
the
a little
hole.
bit of work
You
last
found me
time.
out, Stanley.
Is it going to be worth
I'm
it for
a
people
liar
that didn't
and
get to
cheat,
see
and you're
it?
so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What
True.
normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone
this
would
new
actually need.
narrative?
Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite?
Sure.
If that works for you,
I
then go ahead and press the
can't
teleport button
imagine
to
the
walk up to
amount
the
of
top the hole
voiceover
and we
work
can move on. I'll
that was
just be up
needed.
here when you're ready. Great. Now,
Whee!
I'm very oh, for heaven. You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person
Chat,
would have said, yep, that's
get
an
a hold
infinite
of
hole
yourselves.
that goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you.
We're here again?
No. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time?
Really,
I couldn't help but
Snowthorn?
feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean,
A good
admittedly,
voiceover actor.
I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had
Being at
enough of
2
the hole,
p.m.
you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough?
Whee!
I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow.
I don't get hurt.
Hey, yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite...
Back in the
but that
hole
it's
yet
growing
again.
steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability in marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something.
What about its
Let's
girth?
walk back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter. Well, there it is. The shame of my life. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching
No,
the
it
itch.
does.
Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on.
And hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. There you go.
Is the, teleport button not working?
Teleport button not working.
You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. It was working just a moment ago. Try
Let me
it again.
out. I tried.
Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear
Thanks,
to be
Talia.
away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone. You get to be with the hole, I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope
Let
you
me
and the
out.
hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
Okay, so this was enjoyable as it is, but if you weren't here a second ago, you're in for a treat. This is just like an iconic moment in game development, you know? Hello? Wait, is this different? No. Yeah, definitely soaking. Nicole Kidman's cheekbones. Introduce this part. It lowers? What is happening? Sopa, thank you. Whoa. What? Who? Stanley. Ooh. Stanley's pretty basic.
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up this space of mine.
We didn't see this. No. That looks like me. What the fuck? We're back. Legs.
Stanley? Stanley! Oh, good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off.
This was
there.
so much better than last
Away to
time.
Dreamland. But we can't have that, Stanley. because this hole is just so darn fascinating
Flat
that I want you
Stanley.
to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole?
Hmm?
From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years
Just
here
step
in this
out.
hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Doodle pip. Okay, but really just let me out. I think he like started it over last time. Right? Who used all their jumps? Pip pip. Wait, since I like
Go on,
accidentally
try out some of
restarted,
the new
is the
features.
jump one still there? Imagine having jumps. I know. The jumps are gone. We try to go. I think the collectible was a required one, maybe. I've already been here. Okay. Pip pip. Pumpkin pips. So true. I love that. Pip pip. It's back there. Oh, wait.
All right. Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
All right. New stuff. Okay, that's actually like a cool painting. I feel like I'm like at YouTube headquarters
So,
in like a
Stanley,
bad way.
what do you think? Do you like all of the new
My
features?
abs.
Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready? Here it is.
Good night, J-Tag.
I give you the Stanley Parable 2.
That's the whole game.
Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's
They're
sort of...
balloons.
Okay, never mind. Hold on. Let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes.
Per?
Yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley?
Jim.
This isn't a coherent video game at
That
all. It's a
belongs
lot of
inside
gags.
of a room?
And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect.
Exactly what they
With
did.
care for the vision and integrity of the original game.
Oh my god.
Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2." Let me see if I can whip something up.
Oh god.
All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
Is it gonna just restart me? Ooh, no, this is different. Ooh. Whoa. Okay, this is a this is a really good title card. This is a really good title card. I will say that. He was dead on the money. It is very liminal of them. Oh my god. I'm sort of like really caught up in this. Happy birthday, Bit, in the Eastern time zone.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Click to skip.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple.
Is this back to the
He sat at
beginning?
his
The
desk
balloons are
in
here,
room
though.
427, and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day.
Good night, Arendelle. Sleep
every
well.
month
Thanks for hanging
of
today.
every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I'm just so enthralled by this game.
And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation.
This happened at the
Something was
beginning.
very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay. I'm a little unsure on what changed.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
The balloons
Stanley
are
decided
here
to go to the
now.
meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
The bucket's here.
Stanley picked up the bucket.
Wait a second. I know, big. This is big news. You gotta think that the name button's gonna be in here. You're totally right. Hey, Britt. Love you too. You doing okay?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Do we go right again? We go right. Just want to say, that's so sweet. We go right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but
I like
Stanley
going
had
right.
felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply
The bucket's
place
part of
to
the
be.
dialogue now?
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this... No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
The balloons are everywhere.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo.
What
Good,
is this new
said the bucket. Now ride the
voiceover?
lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken.
Feels like a really bad
and
Michael
he
Caine.
unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked. No, stop. Look there on the wall. You see, there's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point.
Oh, no.
Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless...
This is weird.
What if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your
Racisme?
behavior up to this point.
I think that's a character.
If that's true, well, my goodness. I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding
Dawn.
could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here.
Whoa. This feels like a bad sign. Was Racisme Cullen's daughter in Twilight?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin.
There's so much new stuff in here. I
Item
can't get over it.
Is this a bucket?
Is it a bucket? Is it though? Chat. No?
Correct.
Wait, what?
It is a hologram of a bucket.
How'd you know
Not
that?
an actual bucket.
Is Katy Perry here? Imagine liking American Idol.
Item 2. Is this a bucket?
Is it? Is it, chat? No?
Correct. It is a 3D printed recreation.
Well, none
of
of them are a bucket
not
then.
An actual bucket.
Oh, do you like American Idol?
Item 3.
No beef.
Is this a bucket?
Is this a bucket, chat? What kind of weird game is this? This one's a bucket. People are saying yes now?
Correct. This is a bucket.
What the? No, Britt. You like whatever you like. I'm so sorry. Katy Perry.
Item 4. Is this a bucket?
Is this a bucket? For real?
Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick.
I feel like there's no wrong answer.
Screw it up. Absolutely incredible.
True,
Let's
Nito.
just move on to the next one.
There's something about the narrating and the story that you could just choose anything and it would be funny.
Is this a bucket?
Chat, is this one a bucket?
Correct.
How?
This is a bucket.
How do you figure? What the heck?
Item 6. Is this a bucket?
Himbo noted. Is bucket? No? The no's take over.
Trick question. Both. Gotcha.
Or did we get you? Why was it both? Schrodinger's bucket?
Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. Should be around here somewhere.
Both of these buckets. Oh. Hello? Yes or no, chat? Hi, Schrodinger's.
Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket.
True,
when we
Rachel.
both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket?
Is nothing a bucket, chat? It's getting philosophical on us.
You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective.
Me
What
too.
is a bucket? What isn't a bucket?
Is
Mere
this a
moments
bucket?
ago I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this.
We're a
I'm
bucket,
losing
right?
Myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart.
No.
I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay. Here
Oh
we go.
no. I wanted my bucket.
What happened? Is everything gone?
Everything's a
How did everything
bucket.
disappear. Wait. Was everything a bucket?
Everything's a bucket.
Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... Except me. I'm not a bucket after all.
Whoa.
And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either.
Well,
Oh, this is wonderful
am I here?
news. We're not buckets.
Are we
Yes,
buckets?
I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, Tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
We're doing it again. The game was a bucket all along. Imagine if it like deleted itself from your system.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him.
The new content thing's not here?
Stanley clutched the bucket
Always.
to his... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt
I wish
the
I could
bucket
drop
calling
it.
to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it
We're
was.
playing the new
Had
content?
the bucket turned out to be correct? Well, no, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there.
Okay, but we'll
to
go
the
up there this
cargo
time.
lift. Good, said the bucket. Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need
Imagine
you
if
to
we go
do.
down with the bucket now.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him.
That's true,
It should have
Talia.
alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't.
This is one of them.
But Stanley chose not to think about
I'm
this
tempted to
obvious
jump with the
fact.
bucket.
He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the
see.
bucket asked.
In here,
Said the bucket.
go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Jesus.
Now pick up the phone.
Said the bucket.
Pick it up
Pick
or
up the
unplug,
phone,
chat.
and it will take us back home, where we can go about life together.
We haven't picked up the phone today. We picked it up last time we played.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket.
Okay.
Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Wait. Whoa. This is my apartment. Is the bucket my partner? Is that a gym button? Hello, Stanley. Wait. Hello, Stanley. It's me, your bucket. Press N to take me to work with you.
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head.
Where's my bucket? Where's my bucket? Did I not bring it with me? What is going on? This is not how the game is supposed to be played. Oh.
Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this,
Where's my
obsessing
bucket?
over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me.
Are you having coffee? I don't know what it says. My Valentine, maybe? I feel like this is going down a strange route.
Oh, I'll try anyway. Stanley, Can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think.
It's just a
It
bucket.
can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
Don't listen to the loud man.
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time, it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and
I
listened
don't know where
to.
this is
now,
going.
all he cares about is his awful bucket. This stupid hunk of metal.
This is where I live with my bucket. Is this an abusive relationship with a bucket?
It's sad. I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine.
This bucket's
to it.
isolating me from friends and family and coworkers. You believe I'm real, don't you, Stanley?
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another.
Male wife. Over and over. I don't know what's going on.
Oh my God, what am I
Wait.
saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's
Or
a
was I
bucket.
on the bucket?
It's literally just a bucket. Why do I
What is
feel some
this?
need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket?
To go home to work to home to work to home.
Oh no. I'm having feelings.
What the
The
fuck?
bucket. No.
The
no,
narrator
what's
has
going
feelings
on?
for the
Why do I
bucket.
want to
It's a
be with the
bucket.
Hear what the bucket has to say. Do anything it asks. What's wrong with me?
Is
I
this
don't understand.
romantic?
Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes. The bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation.
Connor. Why is there a pan here? Did you do all this bucket?
Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
What? Go back to work, Stanley. I am so lost in the sauce right now. I don't have any comprehension. My perspective all messed up. This is already different.
The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his
Two
chest
Deluxe.
and entered the door on his left.
I'm so lost right now. I'm tempted just to follow directions and go left. Chad, what do we do? I'm so far gone that I don't even know if I can disobey. Gabby, welcome back. How are you doing? Can we name the next Wobble Dog bucket? Yes. Balloons. Let's jump.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the
J
place
Boogie,
to be.
I'm like so lost. I
And here
do
it was.
crave the
Had
consistency of
bucket
clear
turned out to be
directions.
correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
And then
Stanley
down?
took the door on
No,
his
we're
left
jumping.
to go back to the meeting room.
Do you feel very strongly about this, Talia? The bucket ending was tragic. I think this is still the bucket ending. We'll do that next.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself
My
to his
dearest
death,
friend
that they
and
might
lover.
die in one another's arms. How deeply touching.
Bucket?
The meeting room. Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home.
Okay, I'll go right and then I'll turn left.
Tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley
jumped
felt the bucket
and died.
to him, telling
But I
him
did it
that
so
the
I could
employee
always
lounge
be with
was
my
simply the
bucket.
place to be.
You know what I
here it
mean?
was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I don't remember this. I don't know what's about to happen. I feel like I'm a right path Randy,
I'm glad you found your way
but I don't know what
here.
this
I
is.
knew you'd find this place eventually.
Is this an intervention? Is this an intervention with the baby and the mannequin?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
The computer, the pencil sharpener.
Everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time
The Broom
with it.
Closet.
Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Let's do it.
Adventure Line. Oh, this is so much.
Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well.
Whee! Oh my god. Very wacky. We're on an
Now,
adventure?
This is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's
Wait,
give
what?
them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up.
Huh? Stanley's addicted to drugs and hookers? You said what now?
Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer.
Oh no, not my
I think it'll make
bucket.
a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the
Bucket-olio.
cast all along. Don't you agree?
Oh no.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does?
It does give Portal
Surely you don't need
vibes.
me to spell it out for you.
Oh no.
Go ahead now, Stanley.
Do I have an
Say
option?
goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Say goodbye to our bucket. Do we have
Now
to?
listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular
Destroying
personality
bucket?
trait. Sure, I can hear you saying,
Insert
how does a
bucket.
character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if
Do I
you
have a
were
choice?
to really explore the Bucket Destroyer,
I get a
you'd
lot of
see that
nopers.
its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality
We do have a
traits.
very
What
unhealthy
other object
relationship
in
with
this
our
game
bucket,
can
though.
you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer
Bucket Destroyer.
merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket.
my
Quickly
God.
now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans,
Ah!
Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
What the fuck is going on? Who made this? What were they on?
Destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend.
My bucket
For the
crusher.
moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Oh, Bumbling, thank you. Oh, Max, that is so heartwarming. Congratulations to you and your brother. Ugh. Give me my
Even now,
bucket.
Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps. Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again. Not
So
truly
true.
alone. Not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the
There's
bucket
a
tightly
route
to
here
his
that we didn't
chest.
really
This
do.
was not the correct way to the meeting room.
If you go
But
left
Stanley had
and then
felt the
keep
bucket
going.
calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out
We did
to be
not
correct?
unplug the
No,
phone. That is very
never
true.
mind.
Unplugging the phone was when we died last time, right?
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
We unplugged the phone. But if we destroy the
No,
bucket, do we never
said
get
the
to have it
bucket.
again?
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes.
What did the bucket do?
Good.
Said the bucket.
Now ride
Okay, we
the lift
unplugged the
all
phone.
the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because
Imagine
buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose
the
not to
creator
think
of this
about
game
obvious fact.
having like a
He
giant
was firmly
whiteboard
convinced that
and
the
like
bucket had spoken to him, and
looking
he
like Charlie
unthinkingly
Day
did whatever the
out of
bucket
It's Always
asked.
Sunny in Philadelphia with like strings going from here to there just to keep track of everything. And the multiple like voiceover
In
pieces.
Said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Stanley once again
We unplug
obeyed
it.
blindly.
They had to have, you know? Hello.
Now pick up the phone.
Whoa, hold on. Why did you unplug
Computers?
the phone? Were you trying to resist the bucket's orders? Stanley, I was joking. Obviously, the bucket isn't talking to you and telling you to do things. Buckets can't talk. It was a joke.
Don't you get the joke? It's funny, Stanley. A talking bucket.
Can't you see? Oh, goodness. I must have really bungled up the delivery if you actually took me seriously. Where did I mess up the joke? Should I have paused for longer or spoken quicker? Comedic timing is so difficult. I wish I were better at it.
I think he's
but there
great.
isn't exactly an instructional video on comedy that one can watch to fully... Oh, wait, yes, there is. It's sitting right here. Let's take a look.
Huh?
What is comedic timing?
Not this.
What is comedic timing? How does it work? How long should it last? How can it be used to effectively silence your political enemies?
I'm sorry, what?
And more importantly, can it be taught in its entirety within 90 seconds?
Oh.
Thankfully, the answer to all of these questions is yes.
Okay.
Let's dive deeper. If you've ever told a joke or made someone laugh, in all likelihood,
comedic
you did it while
timing.
standing 50 to 80 centimeters from them in a room of no more than 76 degrees Fahrenheit, with one of your arms raised straight upward at a 15-degree angle from your body.
Huh?
These are the optimal conditions for good comedic timing. To begin the joke, start by stating and spelling your name. Next, provide a brief synopsis of the joke, including the specific times at which the recipient of the joke will laugh, and then spell out your name a second time. With these steps complete, it's time to begin the humor.
Begin the
Speak
humor
the entire
chat.
joke in no more than 18 seconds and no
Thank you.
less than 13 and a half, pausing only for bathroom breaks when necessary. When the joke has concluded, it is customary to inform your listener that the joke is over by declaring in your loudest possible voice, "I'm Dunny with the funny." Let's practice
Oh,
screaming.
God, I need to do this.
I'm Dunny with the funny now.
I'm Dunny with the funny.
Good. This saying is a perfect example of expectations management, which is the cornerstone of good comedy. Finally, it's time to hand out surveys. Collecting hard data
Chat, you'll be
from
getting
your
my
audience
surveys
on how
shortly.
wrapped they were throughout the joke is the only way to grow or learn as a comedian. An effective survey should be no less than 10 pages long and should include the same question reprinted several times. just to ensure the survey taker is actually paying
Thank you, Richard.
attention and not simply filling in answers at random. And
You
that's
wouldn't
all
do that,
there
would you?
is. With these strategies at your disposal, you'll have audiences doubled over in laughter and even tripled over in laughter in
Tripled?
no time at all. Just remember to let them stop laughing at some point, you gut-busting little scamp. After all, with each of us needed on the front lines of the war to fight the 12-legged invader who threatened our very existence, and to very likely die in a hailstorm of bullets and mandibles. All of us must be prepared to give our lives
Leg?
to this noble cause, just as our children must do after us,
Thank you,
and
Marco.
their children after them.
Oh my God.
Godspeed, and may Earth reign supreme.
Is this propaganda? No, it really is.
Hey, goodness, this video is a little outdated, isn't it? Well, no matter. I think the fundamentals of proper comedic timing are still as relevant today as they were back then. So with that in mind, I believe the only way forward is for us to return to the two doors and walk through all of this again, so I can try telling my story with more appropriate comedic delivery.
Oh no,
Come
is he
along,
gonna
let's
sound
head
different?
back.
I'm Dunny with the funny. Oh shit. Do I go back? I retrace my steps? Oh no,
I
no.
can feel it. This
Guardrails.
time, I'm really going to nail the delivery. You'll be in stitches. A talking bucket, you'll say? How ridiculous. How absurd. What a hilarious concept.
Thank you.
The king of comedy. That's what you'll call me. Thank goodness we have the instructional video. Otherwise, who knows where we'd be right now? Well, I wouldn't be the king of comedy, that's for sure. The bucket spoke to Stanley. The bucket spoke. The bucket spoke.
Oh no.
Oh, I'll figure it out on the fly. No need to overthink things.
We go back to the two doors. We retrace our steps all the way back to the two doors. They did put up fences last time I did that. What the heck?
Here we go. You ready?
What?
When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
This is weird. We've never like retraced our own steps to go back here to this choice. Do I go left now? I feel like we've tapped out the right side. Go right? I feel like that's even in the face of like progressing the story. I can always turn around.
What? We're back at the phone already? No. What's going on? There was supposed to be several rooms leading up to this.
I'm so confused.
There was supposed to be a build-up to this point. A dramatic display of remarkable comedic wit which culminates in this scene with the phone. But now the timing's completely off. The joke will never land. Well, not the way it was meant to. And it's all my fault. I must have forgotten that the phone room comes immediately after the two doors room. What an egregious mistake.
No.
I've made a fool of myself. I don't deserve the title of King of Comedy. I'm nothing.
Chat, look what you've done.
I'm not even the lowliest joke-telling whelp. I think I need to go back and rewatch that instructional video again.
Don't make me watch it.
Yes, surely that will help me improve my... Here we go. You ready? When Stanley and the bucket came to a set of two open doors, they entered the door on the left.
Okay, I'd like to go left this time. Do I though? Yeah.
No. You were supposed to go through the door on the right, leading back to the phone. Did you not even look at the instructional video? I think this is all covered very clearly. There's no way I can make the comedic timing work now. It's done. The joke is completely done and over. It's all your fault, Stanley. I'm going to be ridiculed in the community of other joke writers. I'm going to be shamed at every one of our meetings from now on.
I literally went right the whole day.
Video and take a hint. Are you proud of yourself for bringing me down, Stanley? Are you proud?
I went right the whole day.
So much it's like you. It's
It's as though all of your other most prized possessions pale in comparison. Yes.
Crows, crows,
Well, let me
crows.
try that again.
Crows, crows, crows.
I heard that you are pale with shame over how unabashedly in love with a bucket you are. No? Still not? Is it the delivery? Pale with shame. Pale with shame. Pale.
That's a lot of pails.
What's another word to describe a bucket? Stanley, this bucket is so metal, I think I saw it playing guitar. No. Getting away from making
Is this
fun of
actually the
Stanley's
end?
obsession with
That's
the
so...
bucket, which was the
No.
whole point of this. I'm no good at these jokes. I need more instructional videos. That's exactly what it is. That's what will make me the king of comedy again. More instructional videos. Let's see.
No, I feel like there's so much I didn't see.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The good old bucket. Just
Is it?
Stanley and the bucket.
I don't think that's the end,
Off
bro.
on another thrilling adventure together.
The end is never the
Stanley
end.
touched
But
the bucket
was that
tightly
like...
to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Is that intentionally like the credits? Or was that a means to tell more story? It's a meme? But will it pick up the comedic timing bit?
This was not the correct way to the meeting room.
You
But
son
Stanley
of a
had felt
bitch.
the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was.
The
Had
narrator
bucket turned out to
became
be
a
correct?
comedian?
No, never mind.
Oh, good for him.
The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back, and so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight
I'm gonna
ahead
do
to the
something.
opposite
I'm gonna do
door.
something, chat. You're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like it, and no.
Oh,
It's gotta be done.
Stanley, I'm glad you found your
No.
way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
No,
You
it
see,
has
your
to.
friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much.
Hey, Simba.
It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere.
That's it.
The bucket isn't even from the original
Okay, I'm
Stanley Parable.
sorry.
It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from
The
the
bucket
first
is
game,
not
like
only
the
our friend,
Adventure Line and the
but our
Broom
lover.
Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go
Oh, no,
somewhere new.
bucket.
Yes, that's what the fans want. Let's... Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next?
We just have to see what
and it needs some
happens,
silly
chat, you
music as
know?
well.
We are pioneers.
Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue?
Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this.
Belle,
But if we want to
I'm
do
so
that,
sorry.
you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley?
It's time.
We need to get rid of the bucket.
It's so
That's why I'm
ominous.
very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket
A
Destroyer.
whole character. Everyone say goodbye to the
I think
bucket.
it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it
Or her
also was
husband.
not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
If you want the unsub,
Can you
you
guess
just
what
click
the
on
Bucket
tier 3.
Destroyer does?
Everyone
Surely
say
you
goodbye to
don't need me spell it
Bucket.
out for you.
Bye, Bucket.
Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the Bucket.
This is our official
and then pop it into the
divorce.
machine when you're ready.
Hello?
Now
Hello?
listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket.
Is the bucket looking at
I
me?
don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait.
Let me.
I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one person...
It won't let me put it in.
...to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters?
Let me put the bucket in.
See, if you were
Are you
to
looking
really
at me?
explore the bucket destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance
Beep.
that it's really like 10 personality traits.
Go in the...
What other object in this game can you even say that about?
You can never
Well,
destroy the
certainly
bucket?
not. I wonder what sort of bucket destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this.
Bucket!
Okay, the bucket destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have
Okay,
to hurry
well,
and feed it.
I came this path for
We can't get back
nothing.
to the classic Stanley Parable characters
Ah.
like the Adventure Line or the bucket destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want.
test of
Hurry
fate.
and...
That's so tense. That poor bucket. I tried to kill it.
The bucket destroyer, my prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you.
Don't tell the
such
bucket.
Spellbinding
Hi, Caitlin,
stories about
welcome.
you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here,
I didn't want to.
you were magnificent.
Well, maybe part of the new content was without the bucket. But honestly, it would be hilarious if our relationship with the bucket was in fact different.
How long was I sitting there? Stanley wondered to himself.
Hello?
Minutes?
End is never the
Days?
end.
Centuries? Did something crucial happen while my senses were turned?
I like work.
He made a note to be
I just
more
hate my
careful with
boss.
time from now on.
Thank you, bucket.
Where are we going today? The bucket asked.
Everything is a
just
bucket.
Smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfect. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door.
I'm Dunny with the funny. You go left.
Still no one was here.
Tips for not getting
Stanley
fired.
needed the bucket's
Talk
warmth
less.
and comfort
Do
now more than
unbelievably
ever.
amazing work all the time,
Perhaps
every
his
day with no
boss's
exception.
office was where he'd find
No
answers.
expectation. So we went down and
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
I forget what happens
upstairs to the
upwards
boss's
with the...
office.
I mean, what if we bring the bucket down? I know. God, that was so funny. Do we go to the office with the bucket, or do you go through like the time loop? We're closer with the bucket than we have ever been. Oh. That's cute. Do all the right things at least one time today. I got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say, that's a lovely purse. A collectible in the wild? Look at him. I hate that it looks like me.
You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley
2 out of
figurines.
6.
Remember, no reward for collecting all of these, only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows
I
that's
didn't think they
right.
actually
So,
implemented
I
them.
implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Thank you, Emily. Weird. Extreme bathrooms. Ooh, to cutie. Oh, the sequel is now paused. To cutie, congratulations. Hi, congratulations. I need a Loganolio figurine. A bobblehead would be so funny. I don't remember this room. That painting is a lot to take in. Business strategy? That's a bad business strategy. What? I am the most expensive boss? What the fuck? Wait, actually, let me go up. I don't remember this at all. Not the Kung Fu Panda sequels. Oh, you sent to Zach? I love that. Did it? Welcome back, Raiders! I hope you like elevator music. Navidu, welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for coming. Starship Legacy Raid. Ooh, Navidu, welcome in. Thank you for bringing your wonderful people over. Hey, howdy, Raiders. If we've never met, welcome. My name's Loganolio. You can call me Logan. Nabi, chat, Nabi does some of the best emotes on the platform. They do indeed. Welcome in. How's the art today? You have been logged. That's so funny. Nabi, how was your stream? What'd you get up to? Thank you again. It really does mean a lot. Thank you for trusting him here. Do you need something from me? Some of the best emotion. Hello? I guess I can't go up? Worked on a new character for D&D 5e. We have some people in our community that play on 5e. That is so cool. Nabi, thank you so much again. I really appreciate it. If you could shout out Nabi Do again, a bit if you don't mind. Everyone, make sure to check out a friend of ours, a wonderful artist. A friend. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Rael, welcome in. Thank you for coming along on the raid. I guess we have to go down. Oh my god, Max. Oh, Nabi, Rael, everyone who came along, make sure to take care of yourself. Do whatever you gotta do after a long stream. But we're playing the Stanley Parable Ultimate Deluxe. I think that was the name? I can't believe I forgot. Are you... Is this elevator doing anything? No. This elevator is terrible? Theo. Hi, Theo. How are you doing?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire, if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now,
Ultra Deluxe. Oh my god,
did the
thank you.
bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it.
I love my
Two
bucket.
of them were inseparable.
We are.
At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection he shared with the bucket that he didn't notice the keypad behind the boss's desk. Nor in his bliss of simply being near the bucket did he have any notion that the PIN number for the keypad was 2845.
Theo. I'm doing pretty well. A bit of a stressful day too, but it's been a fun stream with this game. Uh-oh.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumb, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
I think it was new. It's hard to say. We've done so much new content. Some of the other stuff, I'm a little unsure. Another one?
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things.
Good morning, MV.
Stan?
You barely slept.
Stanley figs. What about Stanlerines? Yes.
Stanlerines?
Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Technically, everything is new content because now we're carrying around the bucket. Right?
The elevator raced downward,
Did you just
plummeting
tell
towards
Connor
an
that
unknown
3/6
fate.
equals a half?
It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. Soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
It doesn't remember me trying to kill the bucket. Chat, do we go the escape route or do we go to the mind control facility? The bucket's walking. No. Escape?
Ravioli, ravioli, give me the
Anon.
subscription only.
Had the word escape written on it.
Anon, thank you for the gifted sub to Nobby Doo. Nobby, so sweet. Thank you for gifting them a sub. Enjoy your emotes. Ad reviewing sub badge.
The door behind them
Anonymous.
was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley and the bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
That's true? Anonymous, thank you. Oh god. Hello? Ow? I feel like I was meant to be here. I have my bucket though. I missed the infinite hole. Wait.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be.
Oh,
To be
Envy,
sure,
you
it
missed
puts
the
mind
infinite
and the soul at
hole.
ease
You would have
to
loved
embrace
it.
the bucket. But what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself.
Don't make
And
me
he
do
sort of
this.
kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere.
Ah!
Farewell, Stanley.
No! No!
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator.
Who?
As Stanley and the bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant,
Ducks.
the bucket's life came to an end as it was crushed violently to death.
I don't remember this girl. Wait, whoa, hold on. No, I don't need buckets. That's so funny. Ducks, good to see you. Welcome in. I don't remember this narrator girl. She's
It was a
back.
shame, the death of such a magnificent bucket. It's true that all buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious bucket to behold.
But she came back to do more lines with the bucket. Ducks, it's been a day, let me tell you. You are standing at the precipice of knowledge. Much like a bucket itself, the human mind is frequently empty within, a cavernous void. But through use of the exhibit in front of you, the mind becomes full and enriched and substantiated. Knowledge of the bucket and its history is the only true
Ravioli,
knowledge.
give me the subscription only.
We really have. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted to Rael. Rael, a new friend coming along with the raid. Rael, enjoy your emotes. Welcome in, we're happy to have you. Thank you for joining along with the raid. Thank you for supporting Nabidu as well. Anonymous, thank you for the gifted subs. If you're the same, I'll still fight you. Will you take what you learn here out with you into the world? Will you accept with an open mind that what may be challenging about the information in this exhibit? Will you change the lives of yourself and your loved ones as a result of this exhibit? Or will you turn a blind eye and continue to live as you were, in ignorance and darkness? I'll probably stay in my ignorance and darkness.
How arrogant it was for Stanley to take
This is a whole exhibit about
and to
buckets.
claim it for his own. Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life?
A photograph of 25 buckets, the greatest number of buckets ever captured on camera. the photographer experienced catatonic shock for several weeks as a result of the euphoria from exposure to this many buckets at once. Ooh, a dungeon. What game are you playing? If you have a moment. No worries. That's not 25. But also, I'm also experiencing catatonic shock for several weeks at the sight of this many buckets. Two-handled bucket. Whoa. This bucket is depicted as having two handles. Such a design has never been created in real life, having been deemed too dangerous and recklessly experimental. Every year, dozens are put to death just for attempting it. A replica of the Inferno bucket, which in the medieval era was so powerfully alluring that it drove dozens of nations to war with one another for control of it. Billions died, and yet, in spite of it all, the simple fact remains: no one can control a bucket. Rael, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Appreciate it. We're happy to have you. Please, no, there's buckets on the cave drawings. No. While we know that buckets predate the existence of mankind, we do not know by how long. This cave drawing depicts early man's discovery of the practical uses of the bucket, by which time the bucket had already likely been around for several millennia. Notice in these drawings how the bucket is allowing itself to be used, having judged humanity to be worthy of its treasures. Evie, I thought you were going to sleep.
No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Oh, God. All of this about buckets? This piece symbolizes the necessary relationship between bucket and humanity. However, clear our grasp of the bucket may be, there is yet more that is always out of reach. This distance, inevitably, is for our own good. Whee! Oh. Huh?
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I.
What?
That will right this terrible wrong.
No!
Let Stanley die. Let him.
I didn't want this! I didn't want this!
Set the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's bucket.
There's so many buckets.
As tools and implements. If only we let Stanley die together, the bucket shall take its place.
I just wanted to grab the bucket.
As commander of a new world, a new vision.
The end is never the end is never the end. Is the bucket still here?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting. A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a committed bucket, a bucket of culture and distinction. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh, thank you for the pronoun check. If you're here, if you're Thank you for the pronoun check. I use he, him. Thank you for placing yours in chat. Thank you for looking at other people's. Thank you for trying to remember. Thank you for respecting our friends. Yeah, because this is all about the collectibles that do, in fact... This is so funny. Fit. They said there would not be a reward for finding all the collectibles. Figlies are hard to find. Follow clues provided by employee 416. I have 3 left. Thank you. Good luck. There is a reward. Weird spinning figurines. What the hell's going on? Can we sell them? Obviously. More money if sold together. How many are there? Why floating? This is so funny to me, at least. Why wouldn't they just tell us something will happen? This investigation, this room, they feel pointless, to be honest. We need more we need more blanks? Wait, warehouse access plan. It's all connected. Produce one plank to allow ease of access past fence. Construct bridge to allow collection of shiny float. Retrieve Chris's remains. Chris Melberger? Wait, oh, this is the list of them. Stairs. A large room. Lots of boxes. That's a warehouse. Somewhere both red and blue. Is this some kind of game? There must be a point to this. Did I kill him? No. No way. I want them so much. I want to go home. There will be cleaning of this wall required. Stop kidding yourselves. Happy Central Time Zone bit. You're now old in my time zone. So they said stairs have one?
Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's
Under the
office.
stairs? Hello.
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines, and now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley? What name better encapsulates the intrinsic sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
I like Figlies more.
But Stanley just
Oh
couldn't
no,
do
this
it.
one feels
He
like
considered the
a long
possibility
time.
of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired
Bit.
for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished.
Mr. Oklahomiolio.
Was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley.
Okay,
Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am
It does appear that the
He looked
Figlies
down
look
at
a
the
bit
bucket in
like
his
me.
arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket.
I'm not the Inside Out
The
dad.
bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. That's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me
Oh, I
in
thought it was
difficult
calm.
times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar
I'm doing
reassurance.
well. How are you today?
That's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket?
Good night,
This is all
Army.
terribly wrong.
Thank you
Surely
for being
no
here.
good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of
Bree, I
bizarre
hydrate for you.
hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his
Wait, where'd our bucket go?
And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious. he
Where'd my bucket
exclaimed.
go?
Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad.
Oh, we
Where is
lost
it?
it?
I must find it.
So true.
Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward
Buckets?
from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next.
No.
None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
This is what?
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It
It's
was
all
the only way to
buckets.
truly
It's
restore his
buckets all the way
sanity.
down.
And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
No. No. I don't want the bucket to be inside of me.
This is the story of a woman named
Oh,
Mariella.
shit. How's the bucket involved?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work.
She has the bucket.
On this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Fuck. Of course, he
I didn't have my bucket.
ranting and raving about a narrator describing all
Why do I
his
want a
actions
bucket in
and
real
how
life now?
Everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't
I had my
even
bucket.
realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter.
Well, that's her
But of
own
course,
bucket.
she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total
no.
clarity of everything. And
No.
she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
What is happening? Am I high? I feel like it. She backflipped all the way to work. Okay. That's the power of a bucket for you.
Coworkers were gone. What could it mean?
Bring your own
Stanley
bucket.
decided to go to the meeting
Give her my
room.
bucket.
Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of Stanley clutched the bucket
Let's
tightly
go.
to his chest.
No, so apparently there's one in the warehouse. I'm tempted to get all these collectibles
Stanley had
now.
felt the bucket calling to him, telling
I'm
him
usually
that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And
I'm
here it
usually
was.
not that
Had
swayed
the
by
bucket turned out
collectibles,
to be correct?
but now
No,
that it's like
never mind.
this whole big
The
thing,
bucket was wrong.
I'm tempted.
Stanley took the door on his left.
We have to,
go
like-
back to the meeting room.
We have to speedrun though.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
Where do I have to
go
play?
somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there.
Hi,
Go to
Jen.
the cargo lift.
It really is. Oh my god. I'm a legend? I'm a pro gamer. I'm a gamer!
You're getting close now, Stanley. You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines.
Oh.
Very soon, you'll collect the last one. And then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it.
There you go.
We'll be
506.
different people by then. Different in the sense that we used to have none of them. And now we have them all.
But it could be
You
10 out of
can't go back
12.
to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Where are we going? 10 out of 12 could be simplified. I forgot where the other one was, but this is new for us? What the hell is this? Cassette tapes? This is like new. We've had loads of new content. This is just part of it. Oh no.
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore.
So true.
The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes.
Wait, is this me?
The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it, it's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down.
Evidence 252.
It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket. But I have to be careful. because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What? What? Gambarata? What is that? Also, Barta, you may have noticed that it was playing on reverse.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest.
Yeah.
And entered
I want to see what the last collectible is. Gambarata? Somewhere both red and blue. Where's the red and blue door? Chat, where were those red and blue doors? We had like an option between red and blue doors at one point.
Coming to a staircase,
Jump off the
Stanley
lift
and the
to the
bucket
phone.
walked upstairs to the boss's office.
A witch. Welcome in. Search ends when sharing starts. I can't go back to there.
Manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even now, in his darkest of hours, did the bucket's warmth and guiding light pierce the dark clouds of confusion and chaos. It would be with him always. The bucket would, and he knew it. The two of them were inseparable. At this point, Stanley was so absorbed in the tender spiritual connection, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him?
Oh.
Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation.
We're just going to explore an ending here, but we need to go back to the area that had the blue and red doors.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility.
Yeah. Which is where again?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Ooh. I do remember this, but we have our bucket, so everything's new.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea
But where
pigs.
are all of them?
The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently,
What?
reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Bucket, it'll be okay.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well?
Am I?
Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of
Fired?
things does a bucket want
Who
to
was
do
fired?
or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously
Astro
in
Bear,
Stanley's
how you doing?
mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's
Fired.
control? Never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up
Two
against
best
the world.
friends that anyone could have.
High-fived in a really cool way.
Haley,
and the bucket
Haley, we're
made a
carrying you
sassy
right
comment
now.
about taking down the system.
Where's 3? Am I gonna have to press all the buttons? 1, 2, 3. Where's 4? One, 2. There's one up on the other side. 3. Is that 4? I wonder if I'll need that. I feel like they're important. Press them all. I can't even go up to 4 yet. Ashley, welcome back. All right, let's go in. Facility power. I sort of forget what happens here. What are the bucket protocols?
When at last they came to the... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself?
Was I supposed to hit off?
How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds.
What?
Silly birds. The control buttons became active again.
Whoa. I like this one.
Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all.
This is great.
It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade.
Wait, is this saying
to
birds aren't
disguise
real?
Its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, flipping through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable.
Live streams?
Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
I feel happy. Look at all these ducks. Look at all these birds. Oh?
I will never recover from this. My heart.
This game is almost as amazing as you, Logan. Heart.
Say you're kidding.
Stanley just needed
Say
to
you're
get to the
kidding.
meeting room.
Joshua, thank you for the
Not
bit.
everyone is so lucky to
Thank
have
you,
a
thank
bucket,
you.
but
I
Stanley
appreciate
is
it.
a very lucky fellow.
Okay, blue and red doors.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly.
It's gotta be this way,
was
right?
not the correct way to the meeting room.
Yes, Ash,
But
very
Stanley
much
had
so. We are
felt the
approaching the
bucket
end of our
calling to
stream.
him, telling him that the employee lounge
Voids.
was simply the place to be.
You can't have the bucket.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong.
How do you get rid of the bucket?
Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Oh, yeah, I have to splat. I can't grab it at the beginning. That's simple.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room.
But
go somewhere
the blue and
else.
red doors
The
are...
cargo lift,
Oh
yes.
my god.
Go there.
There are
Go to
balloons
the
at the top
cargo
of the storage place.
Good, said the bucket. But Stanley feared
Sorry.
that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself
Is it
to
by the
his
phone?
death, that they might die in one another's arms.
No consequences, Max.
How deeply touching.
That doesn't always happen.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct?
Okay, no bucket.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room.
So,
and Stanley knew it perfectly
you can
well.
play the normal
Perhaps he wanted
game
to
or
stop
like
by
the
employee
base game.
lounge first,
You
to
just
admire it.
don't grab the bucket.
It was okay.
Interesting.
But eager to get back to
The
business,
bucket
Stanley
makes
took
new
the
paths.
first open door on his left.
Like every path new. Ooh.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I mean, we did a bunch of stuff to be able to get the bucket.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really.
I'll drop on the
I'm
path.
not.
Thank you.
I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you
Theo.
all
Good
this
night,
time.
sleep well. We will miss you
There's
at
someone you've been
Uncharted.
neglecting, Stanley.
But
someone you've forgotten
you get sleep if you need it.
Really?
We'll see you soon.
I was in the middle of
Good
something.
night.
Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm
Hello?
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real
What do we get?
accomplishment.
There better be
This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements,
I'm intrigued.
you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
That is true.
I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all, but that would be like a reward, and we can't have that.
I guess.
So, instead, I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here.
It's
And now
done.
we can go
You
to
can't tell me
whatever
good
hell
job,
you were
Chad.
doing before you hunted for figurines.
That's like a prize.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Do I? I guess I just... Do I have to go back to the meeting room?
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here.
Wait.
Running and running and running,
Wait a
just the way
second.
you're doing right now. Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley?
What the fuck?
I
was this?
wanted
What
to
is
stop.
this? I don't remember this path.
We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Oh. Oh.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
I don't remember this.
Here. Yes. Oh, it's beautiful.
I miss my
isn't
bucket.
it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy.
Whoa.
I actually feel happy.
This sure hurt my eyes. I miss the bucket.
No, wait. Where are you going?
Is this new?
Oh, no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself,
No.
if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this. Please, no,
Wait, am I
Stanley,
doing-
let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Oh no.
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Uh-oh. Close your eyes.
No!
Ow.
Oh, thank God.
I didn't want
You
to.
lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get... No. No, no, what are you doing, Stanley? Please, I'm asking you not to take this away from me. I can't go back to what I was before. If you die, we'll both go back. Why are you doing this? Stanley, let's go back to the other room.
Again.
Can you do that for me?
Wait, am I walking slower now?
Perhaps you can. Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
I feel like it would have required 3
You'll
times.
You'll see that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Well, let's go do it again. I don't think there's anywhere else to go.
No,
Haley, let me tell
perhaps
you,
not.
you missed so much today, respectfully. They added so much to this game. I do walk more slowly now.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game?
Oh, so it's a
That you'll
game.
throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy.
I think it would be worth it.
Am I reading the situation correctly?
Work sucks. I know.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick
This
out
is
of it.
so rough.
I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along.
When does it
I guess
end?
that was too much to ask. It looks like you wanted to make a choice after all.
He's so sad.
Well, this one is yours.
Aww. Aww.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it?
Okay, that's
I'm
actually really
going
sad. I know. Such a good voiceover artist. Okay, he may have been a bit dramatic. Anyways, we have all of the collectibles.
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines, those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one.
Me too.
Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone?
Sure.
I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines.
Sure, we can do that. Now remembering when Stanley found the collectibles? Okay, I'm a bit suspicious. It was fun coming here in the first place. Wait, was this? Wait a second. Who are you?
Here's where it all began. The first collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Steph.
7 out of 6. Oh, it went away. I said 7 out of 6.
And here was a second Stanley.
God, please.
You found this one all on your own, just by poking around in the boss's bathroom. You did that, Stanley.
Today's
I'll be
maroon.
honest. Back then, I
What a
had
good
no
color.
faith in you to find any of them, let
Yeah.
alone 6.
What
But
about
you
you?
continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable
Are we
ways.
like reliving all the times we got the collectibles?
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms
That's
was the room you found
wrong,
your third
Connor.
mini stand? Can you remember?
Which one was next, did he say? Number 5? Wait, which one was next? Boss's office. I don't think this had one. No, it did, and that was next. What if I got it wrong? Wait. Well, it wasn't in the boss's office per se. We left the office. Yeah. It was in here. Think about email only chat for a little bit.
Hey, that's exactly right. It was here behind the boss's office. It was the
9 out of
third
6.
You picked it up, and then after that, you had 3 of them. I'm glad these moments are so crystal clear in your memory, but I shouldn't be surprised. After all, science tells us that it's impossible to forget your third time doing anything. Let's see, what came next? Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room. Oh well, I can't actually say I remember
we
being in this room,
didn't.
but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
What if we didn't grab it?
This was the 5th mini Stan, and this one was really something special.
What?
It was in the warehouse. I remember it so clearly.
Did I do it
In fact,
wrong?
because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
What is happening? What's up? Stop. This wasn't actually my footage. That would be weird. You found it near the cargo lift. Thanks for watching. What is happening? What is going on? The narrator, best boy. Copyright the narrator.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I
Really
spent
does.
a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Was I supposed to take one from the pink place? Oh. Okay, we're back at the last
And then,
one.
Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here by the red and
Am I
blue
missing
doors.
one?
This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you
VIP's
picked up a
thriving.
Figly and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
They go to the same place? Okay. I'm a bit confused. I'm in the present?
And then there was no more. Because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, Memory Zone.
Huh? Good night, Kiwi. Sleep well. Thanks for being here today.
No, I'm not done.
I'm being played?
Ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the Memory Zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels.
Good night, Kiwi. Take care. What is going on today? I go
yes,
back.
the room with the
I
red
go
and
backwards.
blue doors. I remember this. I must
got
say,
12 out
all
of
the
6.
figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the Memory Zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
He's addicted to the collectibles.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
I'm left with so many questions. I didn't grab this one.
Still
Is that
don't
an
remember
issue?
the pink room, Stanley. Still no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room.
Out of consistency, I won't grab it.
These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have neutered the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
What if I went that way? There's so many questions.
Figly. Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too.
It's too late now.
The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it. The very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Wait a second, this is different. Out of consistency, I will not grab it. We have a movie
It's the
night?
terrible new content that we were originally sold on.
The jumps.
I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything.
Put more jumps in.
I dare say I'm actually quite fond of it now. Look how much fun the past is.
Allocate more
I want
jumps.
More memories.
See how it is?
Oh, yes, the 2 doors. Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory.
The end is never the end is never the end. What the? Emma, good night. Big hug to you, Emma. Good night, sleep well. Take care.
And before everything else,
Have a
there
good
was
day
your
tomorrow.
office.
Am I like going
there
back
anything
in the
else?
world?
Was there something that came before your office?
Was
There's
there?
something I feel I can remember.
What was it?
I can remember. Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy. And I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would
I
make
was
the decisions,
made
he would decide which way to go.
by the
I
narrator.
would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no
I was made by the
reason. Why did
narrator.
I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine
We're the
I had
narrator's
companionship.
bucket.
And Stanley really did make for a wonderful
Good night,
companion,
Burry.
even if he was a fiction.
Good night.
But I
Thank you for
suppose
saying
it's
good night to
grown
Emma,
old.
everyone.
I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much.
Whoa.
Okay, here we go.
What
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
I feel like we have one opportunity, or did everything start over again?
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would
Do we
one
grab
day
the
see
bucket or
weather.
no? If we're his bucket, we don't grab the bucket. Do you know what I mean? I could feel that. Yeah. I could feel that. But to be fair, I have a 9-to-5 job.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Do we listen to him now? We just listen to everything he says. Could you imagine?
Yet there was not a single person here
Wait.
either.
No.
Feeling a wave of
Reboot the game entirely?
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Oh no. Chat, should I reboot it? Do it? I want to do this right. Do I quit to menu and leave? Reboot the game entirely. It's time. Quit to menu, close out game. Right. Yeah. It's a reboot game entirely. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe version. My Deke? What do you think it is? Okay, imagine if there's some like very intricate secret or something. If you put a certain time. Was there any ever time that was in the game? There's like, we could do Scotch, I know, we're so close. Wait. 420? That's a bit, right? 2013. King Queer. Because there's even 2013 on clocks at one point. You do AM or PM? What was it called for? 2013 was when the original game came out, and it was just like plastered everywhere for a little bit. That's not 2013. That's not an option. 2013 would be 8:13 p.m. 2013 p.m. Oh. Well, to be fair, one of them was not true. Oh. This is not because we put in a code correctly. This is because we futzed with it 2 times. Okay. You're welcome. One of them was not correct. I'll make you a deal. Next time you boot up the game and see the screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. You've earned it. I mean, that's sort of what we did right now. I rebooted the whole game. We'll just start it. If it's not any different, we'll have to close it out for the day.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427.
The balloons are here.
Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons
Go back to the
push,
office?
how long
Yeah, the meeting room. I want to see what's in there.
This is what employee 427
I don't even
did
think
every day,
I have to be smart for
every
this,
month
Stephanie.
of every year.
It did, Maddie.
Although others might have
Great
considered
point.
it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been
We'll just see what's in the meeting room, eh?
And Stanley was happy.
This is pretty much the same.
And then
I'm skeptical.
one day, something very peculiar happened.
It started with
Something that
2.
would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour.
Yeah.
When
I did skip it.
all of
Welcome
his
back.
co-workers
Get
were
your first
gone.
achievement.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Is that my first achievement just because I logged back in? Do I bring the bucket? No, because we're the bucket. To the narrator.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
What's he going to say?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
I leave a little disappointed.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I think we're done. I think we tapped it out. Yeah. GG's, chat. Maybe, Maddie. Maybe it was like, you completed everything. You got the collectibles. You're done. I'm sure there are like secrets that we missed. You know what I mean? I'm sure there are. There's gotta be. It is that time that it's past that time of night. All right. Whew. Maddie's very smart. What a Secrets remixed. I meant to say missed. What? An incredible game. Remember when I had like 2 games planned for after that? Oh, that's so funny. Mailing you a letter, Caitlin. I look forward to it. We're done with the game. We finished it. Buckets full of secrets. The real parables are the friends we made along the way. Alistair, so true. Games? The docket only has 1 game now. True. Stanley Parable Deluxe. Ultra Deluxe. Nope, I don't need any buckets. Let me find where we're going today. All right, all right. Sure. That's fine. I'm Dunny with the funny. Everyone, thank you for being here today. I appreciate it. It was a really good time. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I had like a sheer blast with that game. So much fun. I hope you did too. It was a great time. I had many laughs. But no, thank you for supporting the stream. Thank you for being here. You could be anywhere. Never forget, your time is valuable. And I will never forget it either. I never want to take it for advantage. I like to make this entertaining and fun for all. Remember, hydrate or dihydrate. Don't forget to eat. Get lots of rest. Med check if you need it. All right. Thank you all so much. The socials are there. TikToks are going up regularly. The YouTube is there. One goes up almost every week. And then also, in mere moments, Uncharted will be hosted in the Discord by Shiki Plonsky. I plan to be there. Yes, that new Uncharted with the hottie Tom Holland. And also, it's just a fun movie. I saw it in theaters. Grab the Howdyolio. It's the Raviolios message. So when we go over to our friend, it's Toptimus, Tim, a sweetheart, a granny mod, a friend of ours, a ravioli himself, we can share a bit of love. Grab the Howdyolios. I'll see you over there. Share some love if you don't mind. I think that's everything. Everyone, remember, prioritize yourself. Take care of yourself. I love you all. I care about you guys. Thank you all so much. I appreciate it. What a day. Good night. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to be a fun day too. Many games in store. All right. Bye. There it goes. There it goes. All right. Ben, thank you for hanging. It doesn't send people half the time. Good night. I love you guys. Tricky, look forward to seeing you for the movie. Thank you all. I appreciate you. What a day. Good night. It was a great game.